Okay, let's get started with non-agenda public testimony. As I call your name, please come forward and we will allow 2 minutes per speaker. Francine Maxwell, Citizen, Maria Tenery, Wendy Wheatcroft, and Jennifer Gonzalez.
Given that we support everything that the superintendent does, the mismanagement of her staff is just resounding to me. FACES, a new one of her pet projects, the staff doesn't even show up to the cluster meetings, and there's no accountability for them to show up. I attended the Morse cluster where parents didn't want to say certain things, and they said it after the meeting ended, and those things that are concerning to parents were directly reflect if they had the FACES representative there in the room. The responsibility of the employees of the district is the superintendent, but no one on the diocese likes to hold the superintendent accountable. Also shared at that particular meeting from other staff members is the fact that there's certain principals that have never attended their cluster meeting for over a year. They've never been dealt with. How demeaning is that? How can the morale be sufficient if you know that you're doing your due diligence, having a relationship and bonding with the community, and your counterparts have never attended a cluster meeting in over a year? The name of the cluster is Morse Cluster, and the leadership at Morse has never attended the cluster meeting in a year. The area superintendent allows it, so ergo, if the area superintendent allows it, that means that the superintendent allows it. So where's the accountability? She's mismanaged our finances. She's mismanaged the accountability. How much more can we continue to stand by and just let this occur? You guys stand shoulder to shoulder. You support her 100%. When do you stand for the children? The children are our future. They're the ones that we're supposed to be advocating for, but you keep letting these adult issues interfere with the children. If I have to go to the meeting because I want to show my concern, certainly a paid principal should have to attend so that they can hear what the community, the parents, and the teachers are saying.
I was reading Voices San Diego. That would be Ashley McGlone that was reporting, and she very correctly reported that the school district is not giving the facts to the public. So one report, I think it was John Lee Evans, said 400 teachers would be laid off, and another time it was 800, and another was 850, 977, another 1,500. So what is the truth? I watched Martin on 2 television interviews when the anchors stated 850 layoffs, and she had a semi-smile. It was a little disturbing to watch her semi-smiling through the entire interview. And she didn't correct the number, 850. You're talking about the lives of more than 1,500 people. When I look at those documents, I'm seeing that it's probably closer to 1,700, the number that District Deeds reported, because a half-time job for one person may be the one job that's keeping that family afloat. So 2 people with a part-time job that are getting laid off, that's not a full-time equivalent. That's 2 families that are being affected by the layoffs. I looked at all the past documents, what Governor Brown said, and the person that's responsible for this fiscal mess and all the layoffs that are coming is Cindy Martin. It's not right-sizing. It's not the budget. They didn't get enough money from the governor. It's Cindy Martin. She mismanaged the budget. She wasn't doing her job, and she likes to tell everybody she's a CEO. But in the private sector, a CEO like Cindy Martin would have been fired.
Hello, my name's Wendy Wheatcroft. I'm the mom of 3 children who will attend schools in this district. I'm also a teacher, not in this district, and I'm the leader of the San Diego chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. As you can imagine, guns in schools is a very important topic to me. Our current administration in this country has been very clear that they want and support guns in schools. Thankfully, California currently has some of the strongest gun laws in the country. One called the Gun-Free School Zone Act has made it a felony to bring or carry a firearm on school properties. However, it has a dangerous loophole that allows school districts to decide for themselves if they want to allow concealed carry permit holders to carry guns on campuses. Currently, 4 school districts in California have been voting to allow concealed guns on their campuses. This is plain dangerous, and more guns do not make us safer. In February, Assemblyman Kevin McCarty introduced Assembly Bill 424 to close this dangerous loophole, and this bill is also co-sponsored by our very own Assembly member Todd Gloria. Moms Demand Action has taken the liberty of preparing a resolution that states your support for AB 424 for your approval and inclusion into the minutes of tonight's school board meeting. I am here this evening to ask you to please accept this resolution, and taking it a step further, please reach out and urge the state Senate, the state Assembly, and Governor Brown to approve AB 424. Let's put the safety of kids and teachers first. Thank you.
Thank you. We cannot act on the resolution tonight, but we'll certainly take a look at it. Thank you, though. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Gonzalez. I am a certified occupational therapy assistant, COTA, OT in short, and I have been impacted by the recent budget cut. I have come to ask you to please take a look at the student financial benefit of the OT-OTA model we currently have within our district, and please consider rescinding the 10 OTA positions. The OT-OTA model allows the OT to place the main emphasis on assessments, evals, annual and triannual IEPs. The COTA focuses on direct intervention. The collaboration of the duo provides quality services to the students while keeping the overall cost of services down, as a COTA is paid at a lesser salary. A win-win. Students' required services are being met, due process is decreased, a lesser salary paid out for a COTA, a board-certified licensed OTA, who is the only position that can legally support an OT, a loyal employee of the district who costs less than a contracted position, including benefits due to the significant markup of agencies. I was in management in the staffing industry. I understand the exorbitant prices that are paid out by the employer to the agencies. District employee has less turnover rate than a contracted employee. The cost of turnover is high. OTBS in the district just converted all contracted OTA positions to district positions, in part due to the overall benefit to the district. Now these positions are in jeopardy. Consistency is a key component to a student's developmental growth and progress. It makes great fiscal and ethical sense to rescind these 10 OTA positions. It is my understanding that reports are submitted that support the student cost benefit to the OT-OTA model. I support 3 OTs in 4 different schools each week. Students have been added to all 3 of my OTs' caseloads. The numbers of students receiving services has grown and continues to grow throughout the year. If these positions are cut, the most vulnerable positions of students will not receive services that are paramount and legally provided to them under the IEP. I respectfully ask to you that you please review and consider this carefully for the sake of our children, for they are the ones that will ultimately pay the price. Thank you so much.
Hello. If Shiloh was older, I'm sure she would love to speak, but she can't communicate this, so me as her mother, Maria Tenny, will speak on her behalf. I'm here to address about your decision of combining special need classes into clusters. This is not just unethical and wrong it's illegal. According to the Individual with Disability Education Act, this law provides the foundation for inclusive schooling, requiring that every child with disability receive a free and appropriate public education and learn in the least restrictive environment. Now, by taking away the special need classes in schools and assigning one school in each cluster to be the host for special need is creating a restrictive environment. Therefore, it's breaking the law. I humbly plead with you to reconsider your decision. Shiloh will have many, many obstacles in her life because she's different. We don't need more obstacles. We want you to team up with our children and give them an equal education. I have 3 children. Miles Henry, he will qualify for transitional kindergarten. You know, I'm willing to forfeit his transitional kindergarten for Shiloh to be able to go to her local community school versus being bussed out. Of course, I don't want these other things to be cut as well, but Miles is bright, and who knows, he might partake in different extra gate activities, but I'm willing to forfeit that for my son so Shiloh can have an equal education and go to her local school and not be bused to somewhere else and not come to me and ask me, Mommy, Daddy, why can't I go to Miles and Mila's school? Why? I already have to answer, why do I look different? Am I different? I don't want to have to tell her why she has to go to a different school. Please reconsider this.
Okay, Shane Parmalee, Jose Cerna, Kim Schultz, Caroline McKeon, Sadia Najmi, Tracy Dana.
Hello, Jose Serna, Hoover High School. So I'm here to speak about 2 items. The first one is the current status of Hoover. We recently lost, in my humble opinion, a great principal, Joe Austin. We received a letter, the community received a letter, but it was really vague. And I grew up in the community. I graduated from Hoover High School. And the community members are asking me, what happened? Did he have a heart attack? Is he okay? What happened? And is he coming back? Now, as a staff member, I have told them, we've been told he's not coming back. Why hasn't the community been told this? Now, Fabiola, our superintendent, came to our school yesterday, and she will be communicating with the community soon, and I did express this to her, and she said she's gonna take that on. But why did this happen? Where's the communication? I was here 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, last board meeting, and I asked you guys to please communicate. Communication is key. Now, the second issue, ITSS also needs to communicate. So I was here a couple weeks ago and asked for better clarification and communication. Now, I currently have a couple of classrooms that can't teach on the Promethean boards because their Promethean projectors are not being repaired. ITSS has not communicated this at all to any other people that they're supposed to be supporting, teachers. So I'm there with my hands tied behind my back, and I can't help them. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kim Schultz. I'm a parent at Burney Elementary. I sit on the PTA, and I'm here because I am so concerned about the direction this budget is taking our school system. I'm listening to everyone here, and I'm listening to how pitted all these groups are against each others. I don't have a special ed needs kid, but I am terrified that my children are going to go to a school where those kids are stigmatized and sent to another school. I am terrified that the district is being run by a board that does not think elementary school children need a PE instructor to help them get their wiggles out. We have seen this model before when you eliminated the ELSTs from every school. And classifications of our vulnerable English learners have stagnated. And I am not willing and not content to sit back and watch you do this with the health and wellness of all of our elementary age students. Please reconsider your budget. Please look at where you can make the cuts. And please bring back elementary school PE teachers. Please do not take the special ed kids out of our schools. We can't continue with this model. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caroline McKeown. I'm also a parent of children at Burney Elementary. I live in Kevin Beiser's district, but I am served by Richard Barrera. My children recently transferred to Burney from a charter school, and I was blown away by the dedication of our PE teacher at Burney. She is amazing. I can't even begin to describe to you all the things that she has done. I've watched my fifth grader blossom under her educational leadership, and it's just, I've also seen the other side of this. At the charter school, they had classroom teachers teaching physical education, and it was a nightmare. Children were getting injured. There were broken bones. You know, we all can teach our own subject, but we can't always teach someone else's subject. I could teach you about neuroscience. I know how to ski. You don't want me to teach you how to ski because you'll probably break bones. And that's what's going to happen if we put PE on top of our classroom teachers. They have enough burden already with all these budget cuts. And now that we're going to cut counselors, the children now more than ever need to be outside. They need to be burning off energy. They need to be athletic. They need health and wellness. So I beg you, please do not cut the physical education teachers district-wide, and please do not cut our coach at Burney Elementary. Thank you.
My name is Sadia Najmi, and I am a parent of a first grader also at Alice Burney Elementary. I'm also here to talk about this decision to cut physical education from the elementary programs. I came to this country from a different country where women were not necessarily allowed to participate in PE. I brought my children up here so that they would have the opportunity to nurture their minds as well as their bodies. What message are you sending these children when you say physical education is not important? Yes, we can spend some money on your academics, physical education is not important. And this idea that maybe the class teachers can handle it is obviously ludicrous in the number of hours that they have in the day. So I'm also here in particular to talk about the spirit of physical education, health, and well-being that is embodied in the person of Coach Lord, Carol Lord, at Alice Burney Elementary. She's been here at the school since '94, I believe, and she has really brought in the spirit of health and well-being for the children, for girls in particular, which is something very, very personal to me, and we cannot lose this. And if we do lose this, then we send the children the message, we don't really care. We're going to spend the money on the other side in medical health bills, right? We're going to spend the money on the other side when we have diabetes and obesity and all of this. We're not going to spend the money here because your body is not worth nurturing. I strongly request, I beg, I implore that you please reconsider cutting out physical education, in particular the job for Coach Lord. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Shane Parmley. I'm a parent at Garfield High School, and I'm also a teacher at Bell Middle School. And I'm here to ask that the school board, and you all voted on the prevailing side, that someone move to revisit the motion that you passed last time when you issued those layoffs. And I ask that you do that because on June 28th, 2016, you all approved the adoption of the proposed budget and the resolution to certify fiscal solvency for 2 years following this school year. And so you gave us a 3-year healthy projection back in June of last year. And that was assuming Prop 30 money was going to go away and that no additional revenue was coming in with Prop 55 because that had not passed yet. In September, the district had no problem giving us SDEA a 4% raise. And I was kind of surprised. Figured you'd try to use it against us later because we were going to negotiate our contract the following year, but I was happy to take that 4% because it was overdue. Again, that passed in September with no additional revenue coming in. Prop 55 had not passed. The assumption was still that Prop 30 money was going to disappear and not be replaced. November, we get Prop 55 passed, and a month later, on December 13th, with the first interim report, there's suddenly a problem. And I think the problem is that your finance department realized, or whoever, realized we were about to go into contract negotiations in the next couple of months and decided we don't want to actually have to pay anybody, or we're going to use this as a bargaining chip. And I would like to say that I find it extremely disturbing and lazy and rude that this district seems to want to normalize layoffs as a bargaining tool for when we're negotiating our next contract. I think it is extremely hurtful to the parents, and you are losing a lot of credibility. And I have teacher friends all over the state, very active on the state level, and they're wondering what's wrong with this district and inviting our teachers to come work for them. So not only am I asking you to revisit the motion, because somebody's lying. And so either the finance department then was lying or they're lying now. And either way, you should also vote to fire them and replace them with people who are going to be honest and give you honest numbers so that you can make the best decision for our kids. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, thank you guys for allowing me to stand here today, and thank you for everybody who's standing up for a cause, because we all have an opportunity to stand up for our children. My name is Tracy Dana, and I am the proud mother of Daily Mae Dana, who has just entered to Bernie Elementary School today. I want to take a different approach here, and I'm here specifically on the cause of talking about physical education and how important it is for our next generation. And so with that, I just want to pause, and I want to ask each of you to think about that one coach that made an impact in your elementary school years, and your junior high years, and your high school years. And I know that we have a couple coaches, Coach Bosner, a football coach. I believe you teach Little League, right? And we know the impact that it has on our young sons and our daughters. It teaches our daughters how to use their body appropriately. It teaches our sons how to focus the energy that they have, and it's so contained. If you take a group of kindergartners, you can light up Las Vegas for a year on just 1 hour of PE. So I'm asking you, let's include this and keep it going, because this generation is going to be taking care of your sons and daughters who got that physical education, and your sons and daughters are taking care of you. We want them to hone that energy on good, defusing, decompressing ways to better their lives instead of turning to drugs, alcohol, or food addiction. So I'm just asking you, as you walk away from here, if there's just one moment of insight that you have driving home tonight, think about the importance of teaching our next generation how to appropriately use their bodies and to get into the community. Thank you.
Okay, Omar Walton, Sabrina Hanlon, Todd Steinhardt, and Tita Mills.
Good evening, or good afternoon. I don't have anything elaborate prepared like everyone else spoke. I'm Omar Walton. This is my children's mom, Tita Mills, and these are our 4 children, all Bernie Elementary students or alum. So by the time the bear, stand up, bear, stand up. Stand up. By the time she gets done, we'll be 10 years at Bernie. So Coach Lord, not only does, words can't express, I don't really have this much admiration for one particular person, but Coach Lord loves what she does. She does. And that's what makes it important for her to remain a PE teacher in the program at Bernie. And like one of the parents said, the burden is going to be put on the teachers, which also is going to be transferred to other areas, and the compensating solutions are going to be paying for diabetics and Ritalin and all these other things where the kids are going to be labeled because, face it, if you don't love it, it's not much effort you're going to put into it. And I guarantee you, and I've been in the realm of budget cuts with the Defense Department for 25 years, and I've seen it, I've experienced the furloughs, I've experienced it. And when someone says, hey, Omar, I need you to do someone else's job, I'm not enthusiastic about doing it because I'm trying to figure out why the greatest country in the world can't manage a budget to get one body in a chair to manage such a mission to keep subs underwater, keep ships afloat, keep aircraft in the sky, and satellites in orbit. Why can't we do that? So, and again, with the teachers, it's the same thing. They're people, we're all people. So Coach Lord brings a very, very unique program, and all of them look forward to every year to going to the Chelsea King Invitational, especially the girls. They may not be the fastest or the best, but they look forward to running and competing. And for their developmental minds, sorry, I'm taking a little bit long, at their ages, what are we saying at their ages? For these children, we're saying that the district doesn't care enough about us to keep our PE here. I mean, come on, at the age of, what, 8, 3rd grade, their ration kicks in?
Thanks.
So, sorry.
Thank you. No, it's good.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm Tita Mills. I'm the mother of those 4 beautiful babies over there. Stand up, y'all. Stand up. They are gifted runners, gifted. My son over there in the stripes, Hug, he can do the mile in 6:25.
Oh my God.
And that is all thanks to the preparation and the coaching of Coach Lord. We have been at Bernie for that long, so we do have some say in this. I'm a retired Navy sailor. I did my time in. I'm a combat vet. Even while I was in Afghanistan, there they were, Coach Lord, making sure they got what they needed. So it's not just us in here, it's all the children. You sit up here and you talk about diabetes, again, what some of the other mothers and parents have said. You have all these childhood issues that we don't have to have, but you have a coach. Not only does she help with their training every single day, she knows all their names. The first week of school, she got hit by a car. A lot of people here know that. She got hit by a car, almost lost her foot, and that couldn't keep her down. She was still at school. She was still giving her all. She gives not only just to the physical education department, but she also gives all of her time, spearheads most of our fundraisers at Bernie, because here we are with the parents paying all this money or all the parents and all the teachers giving all this money to try and decorate their classrooms, when you have someone who is an absolute leader just spearheading all the fundraisers at this school. So not only is she doing her job, but she's fundraising where some other parents cannot be there. So Coach Lord needs to stay, and the physical education department needs to be cared for. That's what I want to say. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sabrina Hannon, para-president. I put on my note to speak that it's sadness. I'm here mourning. I'm mourning common decency and communication. I'm upset that we couldn't take our time to fulfill the needs of the students as well as the staff and not rush through this chaotic mess we're in right now. Noon duties. You know, they've almost all been reduced or eliminated from the sites. They have very minimal hours to cover lots of kids and to protect them. That's something we could have discussed as a union. These are parents, dads, moms that live in the community. They're not interested in traveling across town to be bumped for a 2-hour job. Some of these people don't drive. You're going to eliminate their job because they don't have a way to even take that opportunity to travel across town. Again, it could have been discussed with us. We could have worked something out to make this work for the schools, but that didn't happen. Ron Bennett, we met with him last week, school services. He had information that he didn't bring that was about classified. We asked a couple of questions, and he said, oh, yeah, I have that information. We asked, do you have it? No. Now we have to ask for it. Again, communication, full disclosure, not happening. I do appreciate the fact that you have extended the disruption of lives by not having these bumps happen right away, and then again after you decide if this SERP is fiscally neutral or cost savings to our general fund. I do appreciate that tremendously. You're at least saving a little bit of chaos, but right now everybody's out there stressed out. They're not paying attention to what they need to be paying attention to because their lives are in uproar. And again, communicate, speak to us. I work with you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Todd Steinhardt. I'm a father of 2 daughters at Bernie Elementary. And I want to start with messages from my daughters. This is from Kate. She's in 1st grade. I like running club because it gives kids exercise before their school day, and it can also give parents exercise before their day at work. And then they can get ready for their big day if they're going to a restaurant or if they're selling houses. Also, it's fun, and Coach Lord is fun. This is from Sienna. She's a 5th grader at Bernie Elementary. I like Coach Lord because she makes PE fun. Most PE teachers just tell you what to do and give you recess instead of PE, but not Coach Lord. One of the only reasons I like PE is because Coach Lord isn't only a teacher or coach, she is a friend. Plus, I'm in student council and Coach Lord runs it. If the amazing Coach Lord does not run it, students might not want to participate. So the impact is huge. Do not eliminate PE, do not eliminate Coach Lord's position. She not only thinks of our children's physical well-being, but also their mental wellness. She's a shining example of what a PE teacher should be. She sets an example with her own life. She runs before school, she bikes, she swims, she lives the life she is encouraging our teacher to live, or our children to live, a healthy, involved, well-balanced life. My kids want to get to school early because of running club that she runs, thanks to Carol Lord. Jump Rope for Heart, a program that she oversees. My kids both were jump roping for weeks and months after this program, thanks to Coach Lord. Run for the Green. My children this weekend held lemonade stands to raise money for Run for the Green, thanks to the inspiration of Coach Lord. Chelsea King Invitational. My kids want to go watch other kids run. That's amazing, thanks to Coach Lord. Alliance for Healthier Generation Wellness. It's a gift of wellness that our children can take with them for the rest of their life. Coping skills through middle and high school, thanks to Coach Lord. Student Council organizing the school-wide photos for International Peace Day and Kindness Challenge. My question is, how do you organize 500 kids and their family? Ask Coach Lord. Do not eliminate her position. Do not eliminate PE from our schools.
All right, this completes the non-agenda public testimony for this portion of the meeting. Oh, yeah. Is it one more, Valentina? All right. Oh, there's 6, no, I'm sorry, 6 more. We're gonna have to wait till the end of the meeting. Yep. No. Valentina.
There's still time.
Valentina.
There's still time. Look at the time. It's not 5 o'clock yet. Oh, it is. Okay, anyways, but look I have a drawing
I'm
of
sorry,
a famous person.
Valentina, I'm sorry.
Education is for all our children.
Yeah. Please sit down.
What? It's not my fault she didn't put me in there. I'm here to let you know, y lo quería decir en español,
Valentina,
that quality education is needed for all. And I am very disappointed with all this board because it seems that you guys don't have a spine and you don't think on your own. You know that what you're doing is wrong. You know that you made all kinds of cuts and you also gave yourselves raises when you shouldn't have.
Okay, thank you, Valentina. Yeah. This completes the non-agenda public testimony for this portion of the meeting. If we did not get to you in the first 30 minutes, we will also hear non-agenda public testimony at the end of the meeting. Thank you for all your comments and for taking time to address the board and superintendent today. We appreciate your input, and please know that your perspectives help us to better serve our students, parents, and the community. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone present today and those watching the broadcast and call the March 14th, 2017 regular meeting to order with all board members present except Member McQuarrie, who is absent from today's meeting. Okay, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and presenting the colors will be the Air Force JROTC Color Guard from Scripps Ranch High School. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, Scripps Ranch High.
Thank you, Scripps Ranch High School, JROTC.
Okay, if you wish to address the board on any of the agenda items before the board today and your name is not on the speaker list, printed on blue paper located at both entrances to the auditorium, and if you've not already submitted a request for public testimony form, please complete the form and submit it to Cheryl Ward, our board action officer. Speakers on agenda items will be called on to speak during the discussion of the agenda item. Once discussion begins on an item, no additional public speaker requests will be accepted by the board. Our bylaws provide that public testimony on agenda items are limited to a maximum of 20 minutes per consent and/or action item, allowing for a maximum of 10 minutes per opposing viewpoint. Public testimony speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker, and depending upon the total number of speaker requests received by the board on an item, the time may be reduced to 2 or 1 minute each. The time limit for speakers on today's agenda items will be announced at each item. Okay, we will now move to our student presentation. Dr. Whitehurst Payne, would you like to introduce it?
Good evening, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you the 5 sister schools in the Morse cluster. When I knew I had this opportunity, I contacted them. These are 5 schools in the cluster that are small schools, and the 5 principals in the 5 schools work together cooperatively to service the children and to ensure that they receive some of the benefits of a large school. Because they're small, they don't get the opportunity to have those services provided, but they manage to work together. We have Penn School with Maria Gomez. We have Paradise Hills, Marisol Marin. We have Freeze, Shannon Lewis. We have Perry, Carrie Shea, and Pacific View Leadership Academy, Sylvia Martinez. And with that, I will allow you to move forward. Thank you.
I do want to recognize Pacific View Leadership Academy is here. Thank you very much for being here this evening.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Our programs here are students from mostly 3rd grade. We are running a program called Drummers Without Borders. The program that I do has been running several years with different schools. I'm very happy to collaborate with this cluster of schools and also Grants for Learning. And in our program, we try to approach everything. That means health, music, history, geography, environment. The nice thing about the drums is that you can link to anything in your curriculum. So today we have different kinds of drums that the kids will be playing. In your right side, you have tambu bambus. Can you rise it, please? Those are a plastic version of an instrument from Trinidad and Tobago made of bamboo. In the second part, we have djembes. Can you guys do djembes? Those are instruments that they are, of course, based in the original djembes from West Africa. Now, in my left side, we have marching drums that they are traditional used in all kinds of marching drum bands from middle school till college. And in front of me, we have what we call the bucket drums that we also talk about recycling, about the environment, about also how we can create instruments with the things that we have around. All those instruments can play together because at the very end, rhythm is universal, no matter which country you are, no matter your cultural background. We are very lucky to have a lot of kids with the most diverse cultural background here in San Diego. So we are very happy to develop that program for you. Now, we are playing a little bit in a way that we used to play. So my friends here with bucket drums go on the lower level, so you can be close to your drums. My friends here put you in position. It's a shame that we don't have high stage because I know that you can see everything. But in order to have the best sound. Okay. Let's start with the pattern of the pattern. Yeah. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and clap everybody, tap. 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 And tap, tap. Tap, tap.
get back in your seats. I am the principal of Paradise Hills, along with my sister schools of Morse Cluster, which Dr. Whitehurst Payne said, Paradise Hills, Penn, Pacific View Learning, Perry, and Freeze. We are the small schools. We just want to let you know that this is the first time that our schools have played together. They have never played, they've never seen each other. We as small schools, we take advantage of our professional learning. We as principals plan together, our teachers learn together in common cluster PD, and we come together with drumming and with the arts. So that was just a little taste of what small schools can do together. So we're hoping to keep this going for us. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
I'll move item C1, the agenda, with item G2 moved to the front, and item I, the superintendent's consent agenda, following.
Okay, do we have a second? Motion to adopt the agenda? Okay, all in favor? Whoops. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, we'll move to item G2. This is our public hearing on initial proposals from the San Diego Education Association to bargain a successor agreement. Superintendent?
Thank you, President Berard. This is the initial proposal, and to sunshine the proposal with SDA for the successor agreement, and we do not have a staff presentation, but we're available for comment if you have questions.
Okay, great. We've got a few public speakers. We'll give you 2 minutes apiece. Lindsay Birmingham, Fiona Shields, Mary Jane Sapia, Keisha Borden, Adam Goldstein, Trace Simmons, and Sarah Holdred.
Hi, sorry, we just had to get organized.
Yeah.
My name is Sarah Holrood. I teach kindergarten at Baker Elementary. This school board and superintendent have created a lot of confusion and panic, but here's what's really going on. The district is creating a budget crisis and using it to push through cuts that are bad for kids. This school board and superintendent are planning to lay off 1 in every 7 educators, get rid of elementary enrichment classes, and slash supports for our neediest kids. Creating this environment of panic and instability is really just an opportunity to push through the cuts and reorganizations that top administrators want, but that educators and parents oppose. These cuts are based on worst-case predictions, and they've been wrong every time. District administration doesn't really know what its budget will be until June. Right now, you are just guessing, and the district has a long history of guessing wrong. Last year, your budget was off by 48%, and in 2014-15, it was off by 94%. That's $79 million. You are supposed to be our leaders, but you are not leading right now. We are. Educators have a better plan for our schools than layoffs and slash and burn cuts. We aren't getting distracted by this inflated crisis. We are here tonight to say no to layoffs and say yes to learn. Learn is our proposal for a union contract that gives our kids and our schools the resources they need. Learn is lowering class size, expanding enrichment programs, attracting and keeping the best educators, resources for kids, no destabilizing schools, and my fellow teachers are here to tell you more about what we're fighting for and why.
My name is Trace Simmons, and I'm a Hancock teacher. I teach kindergarten there. I used to teach 4th grade. Learn means that educators are going to fight for a union contract that lowers class size in every classroom. I went from 4th grade to a lower grade so that I could have fewer students, so that I could pinpoint what my students needed and what was going on in their lives. This came after my one-on-one principal conference with our then principal, Mitzi Marino. When she asked me a question, I couldn't quite answer it, and I realized 36 kids I couldn't keep track of every single one and have my finger on their pulse. I asked to move to a lower grade. I asked to go to kindergarten. When she was done laughing at the thought that I would want to go from 4th to kinder, she moved me. And I have my notes where she said, wow, you were right. You really do have your pulse on your kids and what they're doing. When you have fewer of them, that's easier to do. I feel like this is a workload violation on our children. We're expecting them to do more and more and more every day, but we're putting them in class sizes where they have less access to their teacher. They're going to have less supports, fewer enrichment programs. Yes, it's all being put on the teacher to do, but it's also increasing the stress on the children, I believe. But you, the school board members and superintendent, unfortunately right now are planning layoffs and cuts that will increase class sizes. Your leadership right now is moving us backwards, not forwards, and I'm counting on you to do the right thing when those budget numbers come in, and hopefully even before that, so that we're not continuing to disrupt all these lives. Let's do the right thing now, and let's make sure we're making our class sizes smaller and keeping those supports for our students.
Hi there. I'm Adam Goldstein, 4th grade teacher, Hage Elementary School in Mira Mesa. Learn means that educators are going to fight for a union contract that expands enrichment classes. Kids need art, PE, music, and more to learn and grow. Plus, the time kids spend in enrichment classes give their teachers time to plan and prepare. We need more enrichment, not less. More opportunities for our students, and many of the students that we serve in our schools, whatever access to the arts is what we, the school, provides for them, and nothing more. So we have to offer them the best programs taught by the best teachers, and that's true for drama, dance, music, art, and PE. So at our school, Hage Elementary School, we have a phenomenal PE program. It was pioneered by Lynn Wallace and Keith Kaneko, and Mr. Klinger is there as well. This is a program that's 20 years in the making. It's very special to our school and to our students. And to just annihilate it and then ask me to replicate it, I just can't do it. So it's not fair to the students at Hage Elementary School to get rid of the program that they've spent years and years providing. We have a swim program that we're getting ready to start up. This is the stuff that kids are excited about coming to school for. So we, SDEA, are going to fight for more enrichment. But school board members and Superintendent Martin, you are planning to eliminate the elementary enrichment preparation time program. Your leadership right now is moving us backwards, not forward. Do the right thing. Don't cut our enrichment programs, and we need more enrichment, not less.
My name is Keisha Borden. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Zamorano. Learn means that educators are going to fight for a union contract that attracts and keeps the best educators with competitive pay and benefits. Our kids deserve the best, but San Diego educator pay is near the bottom half of all educators in the county. That's why we're fighting for competitive pay and benefits. Our students deserve the best and brightest educators. Educators have dozens of districts to choose from in our county, some only a few miles away from each other. We need to make sure that our district can attract the best. Competitive pay and benefits are one way you show your employees that you respect and value their work. This is a concept that you clearly understand and clearly believe in. 2 years ago, many senior management positions here at the central office received salary increases from $15,000 to over $20,000 in 1 year. But school board members and Superintendent Martin, you are planning to lay off nearly 1 in every 7 educators. In the coming years, San Diego Unified is going to need to hire more teachers. There's still a teacher shortage, and we're going to have to compete to get the best educators. Your layoffs are doing the opposite of attracting the best educators, though. Your layoffs are sending a message that educators should avoid working for this district, because that is what their leaders will do to them.
Hello, my name is Mary Jane Zappia, and I'm the speech therapist at Wilson Middle School. I also live in the San Diego Unified School District, and I'm a parent of 2 daughters who are educated in this district. Learn means that educators are fighting for a union contract that gives resources to kids. We need more wraparound resources like counselors, nurses, and special educators to make sure all our kids are getting everything they need to learn. As a parent and educator, I know that teachers and parents need support helping students achieve socially and academically. I just want to tell, I don't even know where to begin with all the resource people in this district, and Coach Lords was talked about in detail today. But recently I was working with a student one-on-one and was walking her back to her general education classroom. She told me that her parents were illegal and she was not, and that they have a plan if they get deported that she's going to call, she has a telephone number to call and go to their house. And I was able to tell that student that I was there for her in that event. I need to stay at Wilson, and everybody who provides resources to students need to stay where they are. I do not understand why you all plan to lay off more than 250 counselors, nurses, special educators, teachers of the deaf, and others. Your leadership is moving us backwards. Please provide the services kids need. I ask you to recognize that resources for kids are a necessity and not an option. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha Brown. I am a kindergarten teacher at Golden Hill K-8. Learn means that educators are fighting for a union contract that protects our schools from the destabilizing staffing policies. As someone, as a second-year teacher, and as someone who moved 3 times last year, and who received my first pink slip this year, I know a lot about destabilizing staffing. We want to start off the school year with teachers in place and ready to teach. No more last-minute changes. Staffing policies should create stable schools and be fair. We want a transparent and efficient post and bid process. But school board members and Superintendent Martin, your layoffs and cuts are creating even more instability in our schools. School communities are being torn apart. Thank you.
My name is Lindsay Birmingham, and I'm both a kindergarten teacher and the proud president of SDEA. As our members have shared with you today, the Learn campaign is not just about our educators bargaining over wages and benefits. Rather, it is about bargaining a strong contract that ensures all students and educators have the support and resources they need to be successful. It's about having a contract that ensures we are committed to building the schools and programs our students deserve. Our students need low class sizes and caseloads so they get the education they deserve. Our students need enrichment opportunities such as music, art, PE, and technology so they have a well-rounded education that prepares them for the 21st century. Our students deserve educators that know they are valued and respected by their employer. They need educators who earn a comparable and competitive salary and benefits so that highly qualified educators fill every available position. Our students need nurses, counselors, SLPs, school psychologists, special education teachers, and ELSTs to ensure they are provided the necessary support and resources they need to be successful. Finally, our schools need and deserve stability. Laying off close to 1,000 educators is not stability. You must recall these educators that have been wrongly issued layoff notices. By doing so, you ensure you have educators in front of students on the first day of school, ready to do the sole job this district was created to do, educating and forming the minds of our future generation. We, the educators of San Diego Unified School District, invite you to learn and urge you to provide clear direction to your bargaining team as we enter negotiations in late April, so that we may fairly bargain and ultimately strengthen the contract that our educators and all of our students deserve and need in order to learn.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Any questions or comments from board members? If not, thank you. We will move to item I, the superintendent's consent agenda.
I'll move item I.
Do we have a second? And does any board member wish to pull any items from the consent agenda? We have no speakers. If not, please vote. Okay. Okay, we'll move to item D, the report of closed session actions and the superintendent, board, and ASB information reports. Council Donovan, do we have any reportable actions at this time?
We do.
Okay.
In closed session, the board voted 4-0 with board member McQuarrie absent to join in an amicus brief being filed in the lawsuit entitled County of Santa Clara versus Donald J. Trump et al. This is a lawsuit filed by the County of Santa Clara to set aside the Trump administration's executive order targeting so-called sanctuary cities for defunding. We believe this is the first volley against this effort to defund local public agencies, and we are pleased to be joining in this action.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan. We have no administrative assignments, so now it's time for our ASB President's Report. So we'd like our ASB student representatives to the board to introduce themselves. Please tell us about yourself and what's going on at your school, both academically and socially. And we'll start with Riley Gilbertson, the ASB President from Henry High School.
Hello, as Mr. Burr said, I'm Riley Gilbertson, the president at Patrick Henry High School. So currently, right now, we're focusing on the academic side, mainly on AP tests. It's about the month and a half before AP tests start, so there's a big focus on that and avoiding senioritis and any other sensitive apathy that we're all facing. Socially, we're kind of at the lull between winter formal and prom. So we're kind of taking projects besides those two events. So we're looking at, we just kind of pushed to get people to Chelsea's Run, which was a big success. We got a lot of people there. Right now we're also working for Coins for a Cure, which is a fundraiser for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So we're raising a good amount of money. We've got a lot of competition going. Other than that, we're just kind of operating on a day-to-day basis. We have a lot of projects that we're working on within ASB, and we're just trying to get them done before prom and things get really busy again.
All right, thank you, Riley. Now, Elisa Rodriguez, our ASB president from Twain High School.
Hi, I'm Elisa Rodriguez. Thank you so much for having me. Our school's doing very well thanks to our hardworking staff. I want to thank all of them right now, and I want to thank everyone that's here. So our school is an alternative continuation school. Our school gives opportunity to every student whose educational needs were not met at a traditional high school. The smaller classes and collaborative atmosphere has helped many people, including myself. Everyone learns differently, and Mark Twain High School centers teaching on helping every individual student. Mark Twain's SOAR program is designed for individualized instruction to meet the special needs of students. We also have an infant care center for parenting teens. Students get to learn parenting skills and receive counseling if it's needed. We also have career guiding classes like construction and photography. Activity-wise, we're working towards our spring formal event and have completed the budget and are hosting it at the Catamaran Hotel. We're also preparing our yearbook for publishing for the end of the year. Again, I'm very happy to be here and to be a representative for my school. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alyssa and Riley. Superintendent Martin, do you have an information report?
Yes, thank you, President Barrera. Tomorrow, for those of you that don't know, California is launching the new state accountability and continuous improvement system. We've been anticipating that the system would be going live soon, and tomorrow is the day. It has a wealth of new information regarding performance for parents and educators to assist, for stakeholders to engage with districts in productive dialogue around the local control accountability plan. Those plans have been in effect for several years now, but now the accountability system and the metrics for folks to be able to look at the multiple measures are going to be available. The California School Dashboard is what it's called, reflects more than just test scores. It reports on multiple measures, which we've supported for a long time, and it uses both achievement and growth to measure performance. It replaces the old API system, which relied on a single test score or test scores to produce single score that offered a very limited view of our school performances. Results are going to be available for San Diego Unified and our schools on the California School Dashboard and on the CDE website at 10:30 a.m. So set your clocks, get ready. We're extremely pleased with how San Diego Unified has performed compared to other large districts across the state as we look at the new multiple measures. Our scores show real growth and strong results in nearly every category. We believe this growth is due to our outstanding community, our strong parents and educators, and our other dedicated professionals and staff across the district. Most of all, we believe these results show students, who I have up here with me tonight, achieve more when we ask more of them while providing the opportunities and supports that they deserve to achieve. As school leaders, we've always believed and have always asserted that our students achieve more when we challenge them to accomplish more while providing them with the opportunities and supports that they deserve. Our rising graduation rates, on track to be the best in the state of any large district, are proof of our beliefs. This is why we are tremendously excited about the new State Accountability Report. It offers a multi-dimensional look at our schools and also allows us to focus on the success of each and every child in a comprehensive way, not through a single lens. The new standards go beyond a single test score and a measure of our progress, lifting up every student we serve. As such, we believe they will provide parents with a valuable tool that they can use to engage the local schools and communities in serious conversations about continuous school support and improvement for our students. So we're looking forward to the reveal tomorrow of the new dashboard. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Superintendent Martin. Okay, board information reports. Why don't we start with Dr. Evans?
Thank you, President Barrera. I just want to thank Dr. Whitehurst-Payne for bringing the 5 sister schools here and the great performance we had, because I also think this is a great example of collaboration within a cluster where the principals in one community are all working together for the benefit of all the students. And even though these students are in different schools, they will eventually be in the same, potentially in the same middle school and high school. So I think that's a really good example of that. And it's always amazing when you bring them together and they haven't performed together before, and yet they do such a great performance. The same thing happens this month and next month when we have the honor band and symphony at Symphony Hall, where students from different high schools come together and in a very short period of time putting together a really beautiful performance. And I believe in a couple of weeks, our next board meeting, we'll be having the Stanley Middle School marching band here also. So a lot of great things happening in music. Thanks.
Vice President Beiser.
Yeah, a couple things real quick. I was at the Scripps Ranch High School boys soccer game. It was the CIF finals, and it was a nail-biter, 1-1 tied. We were very excited. Scripps Ranch parents and the community turned out en masse. Unfortunately, with about a minute left in the game, Scripps Ranch High School boys took home second place in CIF division, which is something to be very proud of. The second thing I'd like to share is I went to Sarah High School to a community meeting at the Sarah High School cluster in Tierra Santa and talked to a lot of parents, staff, teachers, principals, administrators, and some students were there also about some of the things that are going on in the school district and what we can do to try to mitigate impacts for the next school year. Then after that, I went to Green Elementary School, which is in the Patrick Henry High School cluster in Del Cerro, San Carlos, and met with the PTA and PTOs there to also talk about what the developments are going on with the budget and the plans to help ensure students receive the resources and the support they need for next year. I had a meeting yesterday with some parents at Jerebeck Elementary School in Scripps Ranch. One parent there went out and got on Amazon.com a water testing kit and tested all the water fountains at Jerebeck Elementary School, and his testing showed that the water was fine at Jerebeck Elementary School, to the relief of a lot of parents. But we are working on going forward with plans and processes to test the water in all the schools in San Diego Unified in the next couple of months. And then finally, I was thrilled to be joined by several parents, teachers, and students at the St. Patrick's Day Parade, where several teachers thanked me personally for the SERP. So just want to remind all teachers that if you're eligible to retire, take a look at that opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Whitehurst-Payne.
I just want to say that in the last week, I have met with all of my cluster schools, And some good things are happening in the cluster. Morse came today with, the Morse cluster had 5 schools represented here today, and you saw some of the work that they're doing. We have plans to move forward in looking at the cluster as a total unit to see what can be done as we look at the propositions to improve Morse High School. So that's a major event that we're excited about. The Crawford cluster yesterday, I think they were so glad to share that all of the cluster schools had improved, and they're moving forward. Crawford itself made the presentation to the other cluster members, and they're doing a good job over there. And Lincoln High School, they are really excited about the number of students who are going to college and who've already been accepted to the UC system. So that was really exciting, and I received an email from the head counselor telling me all about the students who've been accepted. So I want to give a shout out to them. And I want to say that the Dr. Seuss reading activity, thanks to everyone who went and participated in that. Encantho Bay, Hamilton, Clay are the schools that I went to, and I know some of the others went to other schools. And thanks to the community, those who stepped up to help the schools, we're all in this together, and just thank you for this opportunity to share.
All right, thank you. Okay, we will move to item E1. This is our Vision 2020 Quality Schools in Every Neighborhood report, and this is our English learner update. Superintendent Martin.
Thank you, President Brewer, and I have staff coming to join me up here. We have Teresa Laskowski, Dr. Fabiola Agula, and Sandra Cephas from our Office of Language Acquisition that will join me for this report, and it's our Vision 2020 update, specifically about English learners. And tonight we're going to be featuring our EL reclassification rates, our English learner graduation rates, the transition that we'll be experiencing in our district and in the state as we transition from one English learner test, which was the CELT. We're transitioning to a new assessment, so we want to be able to discuss that tonight. We'll talk about our international centers, and I think we have some speakers also joining the presentation this evening. So with that, we'll begin our Vision 2020 update on English learners, and this is LCAP Goal 2.
So good evening, board members, Superintendent Martin, fellow educators, students, and families. Today, Teresa Laskowski and Sandra Cephas and I will be addressing the LCAP goal number 2. And before I begin, actually, I want to start off by telling you about our day today. And it's all very synchronistic with today. One of the biggest privileges that we have, that I hold as my privilege and actually a job perk, is being able to go into classrooms and see students learn, watch our dedicated teachers teach. And so today we had the honor of being joined by Dr. Patricia Gandara, who is the director of the Civil Rights Project at UCLA and also a leading scholar on language acquisition and English language learners. We wanted her keen lens and critical feedback on what we're trying to do around English language learning for our new arrival center students. And so we visited 3 of our international centers. We visited Marshall Elementary School, Mann Middle School, and Crawford High School. We were able to see children learning and fully engaged in grade level specific work alongside supports necessary. We saw an interruption to what traditionally had been called the silent period. Right, of children being in classrooms being silent as they were crying in language. Now we see teachers very actively engaged in making sure that children are oral rehearsing in a very safe environment. And so Dr. Gandara will be addressing the board. She actually asked for reflection time. She said today was very full. Actually, I think at Marshall she was driven to tears. She saw some really beautiful work and said, this is exactly what I work for, is I want to see this work. And so I invite you to come out. We can arrange to go visit our sites. So she requested some reflection time, but she did say if there's 2 things she could say today, the first thing would be this is rocket science, like literally rocket science. This is very complex work that takes a lot of people that care and want to make a difference to come together to do this work. So I really appreciated that. She addressed our collective commitment and our willingness to be innovative in this because it is very necessary. She also said to please continue to keep student potential in mind because these are children that have overcome so many obstacles to get to our country and that they have so much potential that we can't even fathom. Based on their prior experience. So again, the invitation is there, but she will be coming to address us very soon. So I'm looking forward to that. Although I know I began the presentation about our new arrival students in our international centers, I want to be very specific about our goal of our work. Our goal is to decrease the number of long-term English language learners and increase the number of ELs graduating college and career ready. And this means that every single student, every single year, makes adequate yearly progress in whatever language they are learning, because I'm going to say that we're also talking about our bilingual programs that we have. And so that's really something that all of us as members, as unifiers here, have really been working on. I know area superintendents have rallied their green teams to support school systems, saying we are not going to produce any more long-term English language learners, so what are we going to do about it? How can we work together? And what are the pedagogical shifts that we have to make in order to do this? So having said that, it's a very large action, right? It's a very complex, and I'm probably going to stick with Dr. Gandara's words. This is rocket science. It's difficult and it's complex. And as we start thinking about this large adaptive work and this practice of our action to decrease the number of long-term English language learners, who do we go to? We go to researchers, we go to scholars that are about this adaptive work. And so I want to offer a little clip, a little Peter Senge clip. And he really discusses how important it is to develop a web of interdependence, which is exactly what we want to describe, what we want to do with our green teams, of the support that teachers need in order to support these students. He also describes this being a collective impact. As an organization, especially our very people-centric education organization here, it's very important that we start to think about what is our collective impact, how do we continue to work together, and then how do we measure that. And lastly, this notion of an organization as a living, breathing system. Right? There's an organism. If something's not healthy, we all have to rally together to go and heal it, just like our blood cells do. And so he is someone that we go to as our teacher, and we want to offer you a 1-minute clip that I think that's what Teresa was going over there to go play. Oh. Maybe it was.
Ask, what does it take in a business context for people to start to discern non-obvious areas of leverage? The answer is a very deep and persistent commitment to real learning. And there's a couple features of this kind of deep commitment to learning. One is I have to be prepared to be wrong. Again, if it was pretty obvious what needed to be done, we'd already be doing it. So I'm part of the problem, almost for sure. My own way of seeing things, my own sense of where there's leverage is probably part of the problem. This is the domain we've always called mental models. If I'm not prepared to challenge my own mental models, the likelihood of finding non-obvious areas of high leverage is very low. Secondly, you need to really triangulate. You need to get different people from different points of view who are seeing different parts of the system to come together and collectively start to see something that individually none of them see. And thirdly, you need to be prepared that when you do start to see an area of relatively high leverage, it may take some time to develop, adopt, and apply really alternative behaviors and approaches. It may be years before a relatively higher leverage approach really bears fruit. Intelligent.
So I know that the volume was a little low, so I just want to capture the key points that we were trying to portray. The first one is to have this deep and persistent commitment to real learning, to really thinking about what is the gap and how do I fill it. Maybe I don't know, so who's to help here, and being really honest about our practice. We especially take into mind the be prepared to be wrong, because sometimes we have to fail forward and we have to fail fast in order to then think of another intervention to put in place. And also this idea of challenging our mental models and what we believe in before, and really taking a look at things. And I think that's something that you often say, Cindy, is when we see something, we can't unsee it. So then what do we do as we triangulate and bring other people's in? That's why we invite you to come and see these international centers and to see the work that we're trying to do with our long-term English language learners and all of the systems of support. We need all of those lenses in order to continue to improve. I apologize about the volume, but that was our offering with Peter Senge. I know, and here you go, Teresa Liskowski.
So we'd like to share about some of the actions we are taking right now. I have to start off with a story about aligning our standards, our ELD standards, with the Common Core state standards in ELA, and tell you that I was in a work group this weekend with Lucy Calkins, and I sat side by side with her team, a team from Oakland, a team from Tulare, California, and we literally went through each one of her writing books and reading books and sat down with our standards and started calling out and amplifying the ELD standards that we could lift from her work, so that the work that we are doing in the classrooms is actually in our Tier 1 instruction, which we called integrated ELD, is actually aligned to the ELD standards. So that was really important work that we're planning to do across the content areas for teachers so that they know what standards they are pulling out. So I got to go through the process that we can replicate with our teachers, with our ELSTs, and have all that kind of played out for the teachers so they don't have to do that. So we can walk hand in hand with them to use the standards, and then what students don't get in their Tier 1, they can bring it to the designated. So it's keeping it clean and simple for our teachers, but yet still introducing them to the standards. Another thing I want to highlight is how we are preparing our ELSTs for work in the classroom with Tier 1 instruction. Part of that work is to pull out some simple strategies or methods that teachers can use on the spot with their students. This is grade level curriculum. These strategies come from the ELA-ELD framework, and that is a document that takes the CCS, or the Common Core State Standards for California, and the ELD standards, and they've blended those together, and they've highlighted some key strategies. So the research has already been done for us, and we're really thrilled that we can pull this and use this as a resource for teachers. I'm going to highlight the 5-word summary super quickly. What that is students read a grade level text, reread a grade level text, so they're already familiar with some of the content. And they go through and highlight independently 5 key words that might highlight the theme of this particular text. Then they come together in a partnership and compare their list of 5 important words, and they have to synthesize that list to 5 because there's 10 words here. They can extend that, so you can see there's opportunities for talk and to use the academic language. It's amazing. It's super quick. It's not high planning time. Then they meet in a quad and they do the same thing. Then they go back again independently after they have their list of 5 words and write a summary based on the text. So this is all around textual evidence, using the academic language, using that dialogue, the collaborative effort. So it's super fun. We've taught it to some high school teachers, and they were willing to take it on, which was amazing. And at Lincoln. And then the ELST Builder is a document that we constructed for our ELSTs as they prepare and plan for building PD alongside the principal, with each other. So whenever they're called to do a PD, we created a guiding document for them to use. They also can use the high leverage strategies that we've pointed out. So this is a guiding document about what to consider, questions to ask, and what parts to keep in to keep a flow. And then we talked about a vetting process as well. So you're not planning in isolation, but you're actually having to show a colleague or Ola what your ideas are, so we can refine and be clear and cohesive in our planning and the message going out to all of our teachers. Another action we're taking in our professional learning is with our international centers, and Dr. Eugenia Flores, who has written some, again, supplemental supports for us. And she has a binder very similar to this. I thought I brought that binder. She is highlighting methods that teachers can use in our international centers, again, for that output, and how teachers can structure collaborative effort in what they're doing in their everyday lessons. Our students are also, our international students are also preparing for a showcase where they will highlight their journey. So when we think about the ELD standards here, they're working on an oral presentation. So that is something grounded in our work. It's also aligned to the Common Core state standards. We have the opportunity to differentiate our mathematics for those students as well, so they can have either in the SIFE mathematics class where they're getting foundational skills, or they're in the integrated math where they have a coach. And what we've seen in those classrooms is the co-teaching model working in a very lovely way, where the content teacher is teaching and the co-teacher can lift vocabulary, can be the bird on the ear with students. It's pretty phenomenal what we've seen so far, and I know it will continue to improve. Also, there's an ELD, that's the ELD coach in math, what you will see, as well as the extra literacy support class where students can again gain that foundational literacy. And I'd like to turn the mic back over to Fabi for her to highlight something that's emerged from our work with the international centers.
So one of the important pieces is we have several international centers. We have Crawford and Hoover in our high schools, Mann and Clark, and we also have Ibarra and Marshall. And so one of the things, because this is a new model, but it's also a shifting model, we wanted to make sure to bring everyone together to continue to talk about that and receive that feedback or that feed forward. So questions like what is working, what is not working, what do we need anything, do we need to do anything, those kinds of very large and global conversations about what can we do now differently that you need based on this feedback have now turned into PLCs. So Marshall and Ibarra have professional learning communities across classrooms to then discuss what are the things that are working at your international center, what are the things that are working in mine, and they're sharing best practices. I'm seeing that relationship. That relationship is very strong in elementary school, and it's starting to blossom across the other places, but they really just needed the space to collaborate and to have those questions. And what I appreciate is that everyone comes, including the administrator of the site, in order to problem solve and then dialogue around these things. I also did want to add that the students preparing for Culture and Language Showcase, I love that because one of the things that I first heard as area superintendent was, how do we honor what we bring? We bring a lot of strength, so can we be this international community? And so I think that that is a beautiful thing to see. And today, one of the classrooms, we saw children, newly arrived students from our international center working with the Pythagorean theorem in math class with an ELD support. And so it was really nice to see that collaboration, real life collaboration with grade level, rigorous, specific things, but also really taking into mind the language acquisition pieces.
Could you explain the Pythagorean theorem to us, please?
Leg squared plus leg squared equals hypotenuse squared. Oh, and happy Pi Day, everybody.
Yes,
March 14th, 3.14. Happy Pi Day.
Okay. Okay. Pi.
And now I'm supposed to follow
Yes.
that. I will, with another action that we're taking. We're also focusing, as you know, on reclassification rates, and we have targeted 150 second graders who meet that criteria. And I also want to add that our phenomenal ELSTs have come up with a e-profile. So what they have done is taken all the names of the potential reclassification students, and we have put it in an e-profile. So before there was a triplicate form, and everyone had to sit and handwrite. They've taken all the names, the student names, the data from their CELT, and if there's SBAC data available for the student, it's already there. So that has gone out to principals, EL coordinators, and our ELSTs to follow up. So hopefully we can deliver and make it as simple as possible. And we can also have a database where we can follow up on individual students who weren't, whose paperwork didn't come in, and we can kind of drill down to see why and how we can support that student. All right, Sandra.
All right, so now I get to talk to you a little bit about data. And as Teresa and the area superintendent Bagula mentioned earlier, one of our main goals of our English learner program is to reduce and eventually completely eliminate the number of long-term English learners. And so a couple of months ago when we were here, you asked for our long-term English learner numbers, and so here they are. As you can see, within the last 4 years, the number of LTELs has decreased tremendously. Between 2013 and 2014, there's a difference of 455. Between 2014 and 2015, there's a difference of 365. And perhaps the most celebrated difference in our reclassification numbers was from last year, where between 2015 and 2016, there's a difference of 902 long-term English learners. We attribute this to quite a few things. Among those is the district collective effort and focus on our English learners. As Dr. Bagula pointed earlier, several area superintendents have made it a goal to eliminate their long-term English learners in their area. Certainly the work of our ELSTs and their involvement in coaching cycles at school sites, and they're directly working with teachers. And then of course new structures that we have created in the OLA office, such as the e-profile. We have created a report where we ensure that we are keeping track of students. As a matter of fact, this year when we ran that report, we have approximately 3,553 students that are eligible for reclassification. Of those, 1,086 are long-term English learners. So that's another big portion of students that might get reclassified. And so yes, as you know, those e-profiles have gone out to schools, and this is really to help streamline the process to make it more simple for school sites. Let's see, so last year we also extended the reclassification window to August 31st, and this year we plan on doing the same thing. This gave schools plenty of time to submit their paperwork, and so we, of course, will give schools that time as well. And when we didn't receive the paperwork, as Teresa mentioned earlier, we notified principals, and we went after schools, and we actually hand-delivered profiles as well. So, and it was really important for us to reclassify our dually identify students who are students with, other English learners with special needs, and they had met all criteria, and so we were really adamant about making sure that those students were reclassified if they had met the criteria for reclassification. Now, just keep in mind, as mentioned earlier, that we are transitioning into a new test. So next year, the LPAC will give us a new baseline. So we will not necessarily be looking at numbers, because that would be like apples to oranges, but we will have a new baseline, and then we'll move forward from that test. So in terms of our reclassification rates, as you can see, they continue to improve. There was a dramatic jump from last year to this year, and I think last time I mentioned to you that in actuality our reclassification, if we only took our students that are eligible for reclassification, that our rate was actually closer to 25%, and we checked those numbers and the rate is actually 23.7 if we only take into account students that are eligible for reclassification. That would mean students in 3rd to 12th grade. Of course, this year that's different, because now this year second graders are eligible for reclassification, but so that number is actually 23.7.
Sandra, take a minute and just explain that a little bit more. So let me explain that. But what happens is that right now we have a number of English learners that are K through 12, but K through 2 are not eligible for reclassification, just based on the criteria that the district had set for many years. The original criteria, correct. So really the only ones that are eligible, so the pool of students that are eligible are students in 3rd to 12th grade. So taking that number of the students eligible, and then taking the percentage of the ones that were reclassified, that's 23.7. So why do we include this larger number when we talk about these rates?
That's the way that it has always been done.
Okay.
Is that sort of aligned, the second grade thing or third grade, sort of, there's the gate testing in second grades, there's just something about we just don't measure if someone from kindergarten to 1st grade has suddenly become proficient or something?
There are many school districts that do reclassify those grades. I don't know, I couldn't tell you what the history or why the decision was made not to reclassify students in kinder through 2nd grade, but just that is why we opened it this year. We opened it to 2nd graders, and of those 2nd graders that we looked at, the 150 that Teresa mentioned, those students have met criteria, have met cell criteria for 2 consecutive years, not one. They have met, so they have been at the early advanced and advanced level for 2 consecutive years. So we are allowing, these are very hardworking 2nd graders that deserve to get reclassified, and so we are allowing for that this year.
Just for clarification, for next year when you present the data, Can you compare
Yeah.
so that we're not getting apples
Sure.
and oranges?
Absolutely. So do you want it, you want it without the ones that are not eligible for reclassification? Is that what you're asking?
Well, no, I think we want both.
You want both?
Yeah,
Absolutely. I
yeah.
can definitely give you both.
Okay.
Yes. Sure. Yeah.
And I just also want to add, in all of these reclassification efforts, we also have to be mindful that we still have to continue to monitor that progress. And so that is, right. And so we are doing that as well as we're tasking not to have any more long-term English language learners, is we understand that we also have to monitor students throughout. So these young, the young students, especially the second graders, we have to make sure that they're still making adequate yearly progress throughout other academics.
And then just the other portion to that is that the criteria for these second graders is that they have to be at early advanced or advanced on the CELT and have a at grade level DRA in order for them to reclassify. So we just want to be sure that they're ready and that they're going to consistently continue to grow.
And part of the issue is in the past, you had to have a CST score for reclassification. You had to achieve 333 or above on the score. 350 was considered proficient. And so part of the reason we weren't reclassifying kids is that we didn't have their CST score until they were in third grade. Now that there's no longer a CST for the last couple of years, the state's relooking at what that is. We decided to use our opportunity to look at some other metrics, other ways to know and reclassify earlier. And as you said, there are kids that are completely ready. If they're CELT for 2 years, early advanced or advanced, who's to say if they were to go back and take the CST, would they have been 333 and met that criteria? We don't know. But that's no longer a target or criteria that's required. But that's part of the reason why we were only looking at 3 through 8 when we had kids ready to reclassify a lot sooner than that. And this is evidence of that.
Okay, so in terms of our SBAC, as you can see, this is an area that certainly we can improve, and we plan to focus the ELST work on training teachers to make the paradigm shift from teaching English as a set of grammar rules to teaching English through content and as a meaning-making tool. In the past, English learners were exempt from taking the state assessments, but for the SBAC, that is no longer the case. The only English learners that are exempt from the ELA are those that are enrolled on or before April 15th. And for math, there are no exceptions. So, all students, regardless of when they enter the school district, they must take the math test. And while we certainly know that students are more than a test score, as Superintendent Martin often says, we will be focusing on helping teachers strengthen their ability to teach students how to think critically and creatively, and to improve integrated English language development in the content areas as well as designated ELD.
I know I'm kind of a broken record about this, but when you have on the English learners the 11.6 and the 13.5, by my understanding, if they are proficient in English language arts, they are proficient in English. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So,
yeah, there you go.
So there's evidence right there. I mean, if they, compared to all of the general population, they have reached the proficient level, and yet we still have them listed as English learners. So that's one thing. And so the reclassified obviously is really impressive. I'm not sure about the combining. I mean, the ones that are classified as English learners and the ones reclassified. I'm not sure what that combined number really does. Because we know that if someone's not proficient in English, they're not going to do well on English language arts test. And if they are proficient in English, they're actually doing quite well on the test.
And I think the combined means English learners and reclassified. Is that what you're referring to?
Right.
Yes.
But I'm not sure why those are added together.
That is the way that the state will now be giving us a lot of the data. So this is just
the
the way.
state. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I'll accept that.
Okay, so in terms of our graduation rates, certainly we're moving in the right direction. And as you remember, our Grad Nation goal is to increase graduation rates of English learners to 90% in 4 years. Recently, the steering committee met and we crafted a letter that will go out to all 9th grade students, and they will sign it before the end of the school year, where they commit to several stipulations on the letter so that they can graduate in 4 years. The ELSTs will be working with high schools, and the letters will be signed by students, parents, principals in the OLA department to solidify our collaboration to make this goal a reality.
Now, when you say English, English learners here, You're talking about the reclassified students?
No, this only includes English learners.
So they're graduating from high school. I don't want to be flippant here, but they're graduating from high school without being proficient in English?
They were, I said as English learners, that is correct.
So they haven't reached a proficient level in English? And they're still graduating from high school?
Correct.
Proficient on that one state test.
Exactly.
Okay, right, which brings into question the validity of that state test if they're able to perform in all of these courses.
Yes.
Good, okay, that helps. And then, so this is not reclassified at all?
This is not, that is correct. Now,
Because the reclassified numbers are much higher.
they're much higher, and they would be, actually, you know what, for graduation rates, I believe it is, Cheryl's maybe out there, I believe it is redesignated and English learners, I believe.
Yeah, so
Cheryl, is that correct, Cheryl? Is it both of them? Sorry, Cheryl. I can't remember if graduation rates is both.
No, I think this is this continues to be a confusing number.
Okay.
So I've understood this to mean that a student in 9th grade
that was
is still classified as an English learner at that point in 9th grade. Now, if that student then becomes reclassified and then graduates on time with their cohort, that's what we're talking about.
Yes,
is that correct?
and I believe that's exactly, I think that, yes,
Okay.
that is my understanding, that if they enter as English learners, but they are reclassified at any time, then they are counted in this.
Okay. So at any point when they enter high school, so it could be a student that enters high school in 10th grade or 11th grade.
Yes.
If they're still classified as an English learner at that point, then if they graduate on time, then that's included in the graduation rates.
Correct.
But I think we want to double check this this idea that they would have yet to be reclassified when they graduate from
So
high
I
school.
can check on that for sure, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, thanks.
And then one thing that I noticed is if you take a look at the growth here, it's an increase in 24%, which is substantial.
Okay, so in terms of our next steps to continue to decrease the number of long-term English learners and continue to increase the number of students graduating college and career ready, our ELSTs will continue to engage in student-centered coaching and learning. We will continue to teach district staff how to implement the instructional shifts and prepare them, of course, for the new test. And while we don't want to teach to the test, we want to make sure that they are aware of the test and what are the demands, since they are, the test is a lot more rigorous. It's aligned to the ELD standards, which the ELD standards are fully aligned to the Common Core standards. And then, of course, we will continue to design meaningful professional development for our ELSTs and our teachers. We will be launching professional learning academies for our ELSTs, where we will engage in planning the year ahead and really learning and getting on the same page in terms of how are we going to utilize our efforts to create impact. And then we will continue to, work with or engage in case studies, PLCs, and certainly self-assessment to improve what we've done so far. Yes.
I just wanted to highlight that as we are preparing our staff and our students for the LPAC, Sandra and I have been administering the field test for the LPAC, and it is different. And we got to test students who are both English only and students who speak a different language, or EL learners. And what we found was both struggled with certain portions of the test. There is a lot more independent work that the students will need to be able to do. And in fact, I can't disclose any of that details, but they literally ask a student to listen to someone reading information on an informational text, and then to tell back the main points of that. We were able to watch a video of an 11th grader do this. I don't know if I would be able to do it, but the second graders we were testing last week, several of them who had some background knowledge were able to do it. So the idea of the listening skills, the speaking skills, and holding on to those nuggets of information and being able to sift through what's extraneous and what's relevant is super important. So we go back to our balanced literacy in our Tier 1 and how are students talking about text? How are they engaging with text? Are they able to pull out main points? So it's really amazing for us to see the alignment for Tier 1 instruction, Common Core standards alongside the ELD standards. That's what I wanted. Thank you.
And so we have, oh, do you have a question? Okay. We have presenters, we have some teachers and students here today presenting, but before I go there, this didn't make it to the PowerPoint. I didn't have it in time for us to be able to include it in the PowerPoint, but I do want to give you this data of our students who received. We looked at the first semester grades for our students that are taking the SCIF math and the integrated math, and 73% of them passed with a D or better. So as you can see this, and actually 28% of them are getting A's, 21% are getting B's, and 17% are getting C's, with only 7% of them getting D's. This is really, a phenomenal thing for our students. Of the students that were enrolled in mathematics, 18% of them were enrolled in the SCIF math, which is the students with interrupted formal education, and 81% were enrolled at the grade level math, which is Common Core math in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, or the integrated math 1, maybe even math 2 and 3, because we have some students that are actually enrolled in integrated math 2 and 3. So I have the data for you. So now I am going to, would like to invite some of our International Center teachers and students to talk to you about their experience. So first I would like to introduce Mann Middle School, and they are here with Ms. Rawson, the International Center ELD coach, and Ms. Hang, the International Center ELD teacher, and they will introduce you to their students, and then we will hear from some of their students. So welcome, thank you so much for being here. Yep, right there.
This is on? Okay. So they're nervous because they think they all have to speak, but I assured them that not everybody has to speak. Mostly Mrs. Hang and I will talk, and then you guys can come up and say what you enjoy about the International Center or Mann Middle School and your name. So my name is Nicole Rawson, and this is Mrs. Lotus Hang, and we teach together at Horace Mann Middle School, and this is the first year that the International Center has changed names, I guess, but the support, Mrs. Hang has been teaching there for, does your mic work too? Look, a little mic and a big mic. You've been teaching the international students for many, many years, right?
Second level, but not the International Center.
Okay, yes. So our school has now, the students have math and electives with the other students at our school. It's not all in one center, and they're doing wonderfully. And I was hired, I guess I should read my little speech to get it over with. After teaching myself at many different academic levels in Albuquerque, Houston, Boston, and Moscow, Russia, and guiding my own 2 children through San Diego Public Schools. This year, I had the pleasure to join San Diego Unified through the Office of Language Acquisition as the ELD teacher and coach in the newly restructured International Center at Mann Middle School as a resource teacher. And I am fortunate to work closely with Mrs. Hang for 3 class periods a day of intensive English instruction and co-teach a Common Core math class and a reading support class at that school, also to successfully integrate slightly over 60 students who are new to the country and speak 15 different languages into our culturally diverse school. So we have quite a large group. It started with 30, and now we have more than 60 students, so this just represents a small portion of them, but they're really flourishing. Being here less than, 6 months now, 5 months since school started, and then we have other ones that have been here longer. We are not only their only teachers this year. With the modification of the program, the newcomers all have access to 8 other teachers or specialists and different classes and friends outside of our International Center. The students behind me represent a small portion of our class and are excited to be here in support of the program and express their enthusiasm and gratitude for being in San Diego. And Mrs. Hang is going to talk a little bit about her experience having me along as a ELD coach and how that's worked out this year.
Again, my name is Lotus Hang. I'm the International Center teacher at Man Middle School. This year, I'm very fortunate to serve not only many refugee students, but students from other non-war torn countries, and work side by side with Ms. Watson, Mrs. Vasquez, Ms. Hustad, and Mr. Millman. I truly appreciate my coach, Ms. Watson's consistent feedback and extra pairs of eyes, which helped me grow professionally even more. I would like to invite you and everybody in the back, okay, to come to visit us at Man Middle School to see our students' learning and achievement. Thank you.
So, do you want to say yours first?
Just your name and where you're from.
Actually, Don has a little.
Okay, yes.
You can read it if you want.
My name is Tan. I'm moved here from Vietnam in August with my family. I did not know English, but right now I know lost English.
Since August.
My name is Adolphin, and I'm from Kenya. In September, I really like my art class with my teacher, Mrs. Smith. I'm happy to be in America.
Want to say your name? Where you're from? Anybody else want to say? No? You guys want to say? So they were the two that took some time and wanted to prepare a little bit, but all of you guys have worked so hard and have made so many friends, and the incredible growth so far, and for them to take time after being at school all day today and say, yeah, we want to come and see how this is working, and they just love school.
Could you tell us where they're all from?
Sure, here, say your name, where you're from, say Kung.
My name is Kung, I'm from Vietnam.
Okay.
My name is Niz, I'm from Uganda.
Yeah.
My name is Celine, I'm from San Diego, California.
Okay. Very good.
My family is from Mexico.
Okay.
Jalisco. My name is Ariana, I am from Mexico.
Okay.
My name is Ixe, I am from Mexico. My name is Rosario, I am from Mexico.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now I would like to introduce you to our International Center at Hoover High School. They are here with their integrated math teacher, Mrs. Moncrief. Mrs. Moncrief was recently featured in the KPBS, on KPBS for her work that she's doing to make math accessible to students. And she will introduce her students, and then we will hear from them as well.
Good evening, board members and superintendents in the morning. I'm a little bit nervous. I used to speak in front of 36 kids, 3 periods. Not used to talk to adults, so many at the same time. So, my name is Mariana Moncrief, and I teach at Hoover High School Integrated Math 1 and Integrated Math 2. The Integrated Math 1 class consists only from English second language learners. I have 36 children from like 7-8 parts of the world, and I cannot say enough how excited I am to teach that class, because they teach me more than I teach them. And just to, I heard Sandra talking about strategies, and I just want to kind of give you an idea of what I'm using in the classroom. So before they learn, I like to know what they know. So I ask them to come to the board. If I know, or I'm kind of think that I know a student has an answer, but the students cannot say the answer. I asked the student, come and write down the number on the board. And I was so many times surprised that the students who were sitting quietly in the back actually had all the math in here. So I get very emotional talking about that because they're just so fantastic, and they want to learn, and they want to work, and it's just, I feel like I have the best job in the world teaching them. What I make them do is to repeat. They have to repeat to each other. They have to repeat to me, mostly the academic language. I don't accept something like we have to multiply when we're talking about distributive property. They have to use the word distributive property, and they have to know when to use it. I also make them explain to other students, and I make them my tutor in the classroom. And somebody finishes early, I say, please go help the other kids. And I noticed that Spanish-speaking student can help Swahili-speaking student. They don't speak English, but somehow they figure it out. It's just great to see that. So I also make sure there is no disruption in the class. I remember when I learned math and there were students behind me or around me talking, I could not learn. I didn't know what the teacher was saying. So it's very, very important that the teacher kind of recognizes and say, class, you know what? This is a learning time. There is no time for talk. However, I don't make them to sit quietly for 90 minutes. We go over the instructions, I go over what the expectations are, and they work for the rest of the period. And if you came to my class, it looks like chaos, but it's learning. It's learning chaos. Even like 2 days ago, actually, it was 2:28 p.m. And I had to take a picture of my class because the whole class was still working on an assignment where other students were already leaving. And I didn't tell them to work on an assignment. Normally we start packing up 5 minutes before the class ends. But those guys were working, the whole class was working. So I just want to say I'm just so proud of them, and I just like them to say how they learn, and I ask them actually to prepare for 2 questions, which is what is helping them in the class, how they learn, and what they like about the class. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Eblon. I'm 15 years old. I was grew up in Kenya, in Africa. My favorite subject is math. I love math. Yeah, I love math. But when I remember before, I didn't know how to do equation to solve y-intersects. But right now I do. But I'm surprised Ms. Monk actually teach him how to do expression and y-intersects. It doesn't matter. Thank you so much. When I remember again, when I doesn't understand when Ms. Monk is teaching, I need to call a classmate to help me how to explain to me, but I doesn't understand. I need to do myself. If I doesn't understand it, they can explain to me, and then I do myself. That's it. When Ms. Monk she gave me homework, I do all my homework and I send it to her. Everything, just thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Roger. I come from Congo, and the things I want to say about Miss Moke's class was the easy class I never see in school. The first day I come to school, I thought math was a difficult one. Before, I would never like to learn math, but when I know Miss Moke, she was a teacher who helps me to learn math. Before in my country, I learned math. I know math, but the problem with me was just using the academic language, and she teach me how to do it. And the things I love in my class was people there, and the way we learn, that was the easy way I can learn. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Tayyip, and I have been to United States for 9 months. I'm from Turkey. In math class, I learned how to solve equation, and the way I learned math is by listening to my teacher, working in groups, taking notes, and doing my homework. I like that in the class when I don't understand some problem, I will get help. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shadrach. I'm from Tanzania. I come to another state 6 months. I am learning because I am listen to my teacher. I am do homework for my class, and I am tired at home. I fall for Miss Monk. I fall for Miss Monk. What she is saying when she is my teacher. She sure pitch of vocabulary. I like to be in Miss Monk class because I like the people there and I like a lot of helping. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Byron.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Byron.
Vengo de Guatemala. Tengo 16 años.
I come from Guatemala. I am 16 years old. Perdón.
Okay. Vengo a decirles que tengo la mejor maestra de matemáticas.
I came to tell you that I have the best math teacher.
La clase se hace más fácil.
The class is much easier.
A pesar que apenas aprendo inglés.
In spite of my just barely learning to speak English.
Ella hace lo mejor para que aprendamos.
She does the best so that we can learn.
Utiliza imágenes, objetos.
She uses images and objects.
Los tiene paciencia.
She's patient with us.
Y pues he aprendido mucho.
And I've learned a lot.
Ya que matemáticas.
Because math.
La necesito en mi vida diaria.
I need in my daily life.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me.
Okay. Hi, my name is Genesis. I am from Honduras. I have only been in San Diego for 3 months. Okay. I am happy to share with you all what Ms. Moncrief has taught me during the time that I have been in her class. I learned algebra equation and did many activities. I learned a lot because I paid attention in class. I always did my work. I went to tutoring, yeah. Also, Ms. Moncrief explains slowly and with us time to understand. I am thankful to Ms. Moncrief for her painting and her teaching. Thank you for listening. I need math in my life because together have math in the market. So much is I know how math, I know how English. Okay, I need math. Thank you, Miss Moncrief. I have best Miss. I have best teacher maths. Thank you.
I also want to add, thank you. I also want to add that Byron, come here, Byron. When Byron came to my class, that was September. So Byron came to my class, and I noticed that he could not write -3. The way he wrote was 3 and a minus sign after. Then he came to tutoring, and I asked Byron, what was your grade level in your country? And Byron said 5th grade. So I asked him why he didn't go to school. And Byron shared with me that he's in Guatemala, they have to pay for public education, and they could not afford it, so he stayed at home and helped out parents. And so we worked together in the tutoring, and in class, he's sitting up front. I'm always helping him and making sure he understands. But what I noticed about Byron is that he will not let problem go until he understands it. So I would explain something, and Byron would just look at me, and he's thinking, and I know he will get there, but then we try something else if one thing doesn't work. And now, well, first semester, Byron finished with 75%, but now first quarter, he finished with 75%. Semester, he finished with 87%. I am very confident that he is going to get A by end of this semester when he keeps working the way he's working.
Wow.
So it's not really just my strategies. It's also, they are really hardworking kids.
Yes.
And they want to work. And when they come to class sometimes, they see warm-up on the board. They are already working on the warm-up as they walk into their chairs, which is incredible. So I want to thank them, and thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
Move to board questions and comments. So, I'm sorry. And we'll give 2 minutes apiece to public speakers. Chris Larson, Anna Bonatati, Dora Torres, Gwen Osgard, and Francine Maxwell. Oh, cancel Francine. Okay.
I'm really encouraged, really impressed by the previous presentation, but both. I do want to point out to the board that these are not new stories. These are stories that were told prior to the elimination of the new arrival centers. Based on tonight's and previous OLA presentations to the board, I confess that I am not confident that the information provided regarding the new untested international centers is truthful and transparent. Very recently, several newcomers were moved by OLA out of the IC's international centers mid-semester. One can only wonder whether these decisions were data-driven in order to show success of this model, if that's what it is. I have concerns about the validity of assessments being used to determine promotion out of the ICs. I had the same concerns when I was a teacher in the new arrival center. OLA, in recent years, has used at least 2 inappropriate assessments to move students out, a reflection, perhaps, of the elementary school experiential bias in the district's leadership. The adept speaking and listening assessment, which teachers were asked to begin using about 3 years ago, is designed for students in grades K through 8, not high school students. Admittedly, it provides a benchmark for spoken language, but it was not intended for use with adolescents. The use of running records to assess progress in reading is, in my opinion, highly inappropriate for newcomer students. Although an apparently successful measurement for students whose first language is English, it tells very little, perhaps nothing, about an English learner's ability to comprehend age-appropriate text. You know my mantra by now. Newcomer students in high school need a well-planned, professionally and sensitively delivered, evidence-based program of support taught by teachers with the most appropriate credentials in order to eventually achieve at grade level. Done right, we can help these students become success stories. Done wrong, we face a disenchanted cohort of young people who give up.
Hi. It was wonderful to see those students. They have my heart. That's what I work with. There's no question about how hard our students work. I do have questions about the data that was presented, however, because some of it seems to be different than what's on the state DataQuest site. I've also got concerns about the reclassification numbers. When I look at students that take the CELT, when they come in as freshmen, that cohort by their sophomore year, well, freshman it was 1872, so that was in 2012-13. When in their sophomore year, that 1800 had dropped down to 1369. By their junior year, that was 907, and by the senior year that they'd be graduating, that's 461. Where are our English learners going? They're not being reclassified, because the reclassifications amount was only 12, I think it's really 12% based on the state numbers, but this said 14. So I have concerns about that. Also, I'm concerned about how all this movement forward is on the backs of the ELSTs, who I believe have been accessed. So who's going to be doing all this work? The quality PD. If that's going to be up to the ELSTs, how are they going to be doing that, since there aren't going to be any ELSTs? I mean, it's just all this great talk, but the data that is presented and the implementation and the action, I don't see how it's possible. And I'm one of the teachers, and I don't see how it's possible. And I wasn't invited. My students weren't invited. So I guess I don't know why, but you know, they would have come, they work hard, they've made progress. Are they ready to go out into grade level classes? I don't know. Probably some of them, no way, not yet, because if they're still not able to read and write, that's a tough one. Oh, she needs translation.
Okay. Hola, mi nombre es Dora y estoy aquí porque
Hi, my name is Dora, and I'm here because
me gustaría hablar sobre los niños que no hablan inglés como fui.
I'd like to speak about children that don't speak English like I was
Hace 3 años
3 years ago.
Vine de mi país y no entendía nada de lo que la maestra decía.
3 years ago, I came from my country, and I didn't understand what the teacher said.
Tuve esta experiencia que cuando llegaba a mi casa quería llorar
I
porque
had
no
the
podía
experience
entender.
that when I got home, I wanted to cry because ¿No entendías?
Sí, no entendía nada.
Because I didn't understand anything.
Y de mi experiencia que agarré un estudiante que no puede hablar inglés, no puede aprender todo en un año.
And from my experience, a student that doesn't understand English cannot learn in 1 year.
Mucho menos en summer school o eso.
And least of all, summer school or that.
Yo creo el propósito es no solo agarrar un diploma de high school.
I don't think that the purpose is getting a high school diploma. Eso no es.
Sí, eso no.
The purpose is getting,
It's not.
It's not getting a high school diploma.
El propósito es aprender y ir paso por pasos, pero no solo en un año se aprende.
The
Ahora,
purpose is learning step by step, but you can't learn it in 1 year.
Yeah. Ahora hablo, entiendo, pero no 100%.
Now I speak, I understand, but not 100%.
Por eso vengo por aquellos niños, porque si los enforzan en que vayan a la escuela un año,
That's why I'm here, because of those children. If you force them to go to school for a year,
ellos no aprenden.
they won't learn.
Además, se les va a bajar el ánimo de ir como yo era antes.
Besides, they'll get discouraged like I was before.
Porque en realidad necesitamos más tiempo para aprender, como los ensayos y todo eso. No podemos
Because
aprender.
honestly, we need more time to learn, like tests, pruebas, ensayos,
Ensayos. Essays. Ensayos.
and tests,
Yeah.
assignments. Thank you.
Yeah. Es todo.
That was.
Okay, Gwen Osgard, Shane Parmalee, Citizen 2, Gabriela Contreras Misiri-Yoglu. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm Gwen Osgard, and I'm a former New Arrival Center teacher. In June of 2016, at Crawford's graduation, over 90% of the students who had been New Arrival Center students and were graduating seniors graduated, over 90%. I am still waiting for really valid reasons why the New Arrival Center was dismantled. I have yet to hear any way in which the International Center is superior or is doing things that we didn't do in an 8-year period where we honed a program that was inclusive not only of the first year for New Arrival Centers, but every year following until their graduation. I haven't heard what the supports are for the students as they leave the International Center, the students who were in the New Arrival Center last year who are now mainstreamed with, I'm not sure what supports. The math class information that was given, it would be interesting to hear what it is for Crawford, because the idea that 73% of the students are passing in the integrated math class doesn't seem correct. The assessments that were spoken about, the adept and the running records, however inappropriate they may be, do we have those this year to compare them to New Arrival Center assessments at this point? At this point, mid-year for the New Arrival Center, we would be working on the third essay, the third 5-paragraph essay that students would have learned how to write. And I'm not sure that the International Center is at the same point at this time in the year that the New Arrival Center would have been mid-year. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gabriela Contreras Misirlioglu, and my information is on the record. I'm here again to remind the district that basically having no plan, basically we're missing accountability here. No budget, no plan, so there's no accountability. It's very difficult to follow up if there are no metrics. And I think we talked about metrics a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken. The plan I'm always looking forward to hear about tools and resources that we may be able to track in terms of, let's say, what are the resources? Remember that we have in the LCAP, we have to tackle 2 approaches, increasing or improving. I do not see a lot of substance because it's a lot of rhetoric and narrative. We need those metrics there. And for instance, the numbers that that are being presented, we need to understand if it's the same cohort, is it 2013 student cohort. I just think that we have information all over the place, so we really need to address the metrics, because at the state level, we will be increasing the spotlight on ELLs. So the demands that the community would have for the district to have a plan that is detailed and specific will just only increase. Another comment that I would have is to desegregate also the long-term English language learners' performance and growth, because if they're already
stuck, as and labeled as long-term English learners is because they have faced challenges. So I also look forward overall to speak about all of this with more transparency. I wish we would knew where we're going, because 2 years ago we were told we were losing ELSTs. Later on that the ELSTs, we would be servicing our students via clusters. Nowadays, I don't know where we're going. We have no plan. So I look forward to learn about that. Thank you.
Necesito a alguien que me traduzca. Hi, my name is Laura Vázquez. I am from Oaxaca, Mexico.
Hola, me llamo Laura y soy de Oaxaca.
Okay. Estoy aquí porque vengo a hablar por esos estudiantes que apenas están llegando aquí en Estados Unidos y que no saben inglés.
I'm here because I'm speaking on behalf of the students that are that have just arrived here and that do not speak English.
Y estoy aquí porque eso es importante, porque yo cuando llegué aquí no sabía nada, ni un pío.
And that's important because when I got here, I didn't speak anything, not even a peep.
Cuando llegué aquí no sabía ni decir ni pronunciar I like to play basketball. No sabía nada de eso.
I couldn't, when I first got here, I couldn't pronounce, ¿qué?
I like to play basketball.
I'd like to play basketball.
Y tampoco sabía qué decía.
And I didn't know, or I wasn't aware of what I was saying.
Y aparte de eso, estoy aquí para pedirles el favor de que nos ayuden, porque
And besides, I'm here because I'd like to ask you the favor of you helping us.
Porque ya llevo aquí 5 años y todavía no sé muy bien el inglés y tampoco no entiendo muy bien.
Because I've been here for 5 years and I still don't speak English and I don't understand it very well.
Y aparte de eso, les quiero pedir un favor de que nos ayuden, porque no todos los niños o
And I'd
jóvenes
also like to ask for a favor. Not all of the kids or the youth,
llegamos aquí con la misma situación.
we don't arrive here with the same situation.
Cada quien tiene sus problemas. Yo llegué con problemas.
Each of us has different problems. I came here with problems, issues.
No podía concentrarme en la clase.
I couldn't concentrate in the class.
Y ahora que perdí a mi papá,
And now that I've lost my dad,
que murió de cáncer,
he passed away of cancer.
y no todos tenemos la misma situación,
We're all in the same situation.
y cada quien no se puede concentrar en una clase.
And each of us cannot concentrate in a
Y se
class.
imaginan ustedes que en un año
And can you imagine in 1 year,
nosotros podemos aprender inglés?
we can learn English?
No se puede.
We can't.
Y me gustaría que ustedes estuvieran en mi lugar
And I would like for you to put yourselves in my place
y que sus hijos estuvieran en mi lugar
and that your children would be in my place
y no tuvieran la oportunidad de que les quiten la oportunidad a sus hijos a que aprendan inglés,
and that they would take away the opportunity from your children to speak English
y para que vean cómo se siente uno.
so that you can see how one feels.
Porque puede que ustedes nacieron aquí o llegaron aquí muy niños
Because maybe you were born here or you arrived here when you were very young
y aprendieron bien el inglés y ahora creen que están muy alto.
and you learned English properly and now you think that you're up very high.
Y sus hijos no tienen la misma situación, no están en la situación que estoy yo, y ustedes no saben
And
lo
your
que
kids
es,
aren't in the
lo que uno
situation
siente.
as us, and you do not know what we are feeling.
Gracias.
Thank you.
So Shane Parmley, Bell Middle School, and a parent of at Garfield.
I was a ELST for 8 years at Garfield, Twain, and Alba, and let me tell you, when you see something, you can't unsee it. The end of my career as an ELST at Garfield and Twain, I was splitting the two schools, was 3 years ago. About 3 years ago, I was still the ELST at Garfield and Twain, and 3 years ago, I started getting very vocal about how our district disappears its graduation rate and disappears its English learners who aren't going to graduate. I'll just talk, I'm not even gonna read this. I figured this out because the ELSTs at the other high schools would call me. San Diego High, the ELST at San Diego High about 4 or 5 years ago would call me and say, hey, we're sending you a couple of kids, can you check on them for me? And so I look them up in Zangle, I'm like, your kids aren't here. She's like, no, they said they're all going to Garfield. And we finally figured out is San Diego High, and this is legal, perfectly legal. On 18th birthday of a kid, if they're not on track to graduate, you can unenroll them. Right. And you type it into the computer that they are enrolling in adult ed, and they do not count as a dropout, and no one has any idea whether that kid ever enrolled in school again. And not to slam San Diego High, because this is district-wide. We started all talking with each other, and I suddenly started saying it, and then my job got disappeared. But what they were telling the kids is you're going to enroll in Garfield High School Diploma Program, which is for adults. And so I'm asking the school board, what I would like you to request is have somebody pull the number of English learners who transfer to a charter school or out of district transfer or adult ed transfer in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, and see how many kids get disappeared right after their 18th birthday. Because here's the thing, the rule of unintended consequences. Everybody's all about LCAP, we gotta raise our graduation rate, it's all about graduation rate. Well, that means you're gonna get rid of the kids who aren't graduating. And at this point, because there's paperwork, Twain and Garfield are great schools. Garfield has a college prep program, it's the only continuation school with one. But you have to do paperwork to go to those schools. Our counselors at the high school level are so overwhelmed, they need support in order to do the paperwork to get them there, because charter schools will take a kid with nothing. So I don't think you guys are actually doing what you think you're doing. The ELST program got imploded. The EL parents, the DLAC, took a vote of no confidence in the EL plan a couple of years ago when you started doing this.
Shane, could you wrap it up?
And so I'd like you to actually look at those numbers, because we have a bunch of kids who are systematically being discriminated against because they are English learners.
Okay, now that she brings that up, I want to let you know, and I've told it to you before, that I helped a student that was a 4.3 GPA student at Hoover get out of Hoover because he was going to turn 18, and he was not going to be able to graduate. I helped him move to Paseo Arroyo Charter School. He's doing great. He's graduating this year, but now you guys turn around and you deny extending the charter for Arroyo Paseo for other students that need it. Another mistake that you guys make. And yes, you're disappearing students, maybe not all, but some students that turn 18 because they do not have the courses that they need and because they turn 18. And that's not right. And I'll do it again, and I'll help more students move to another charter school if it need be, as long as they can graduate from another place that's gonna help them. Quería hablar español. Les quería decir que yo nací en Mexicali por error, pero crecí en Estados Unidos, en el Valle de Salinas. Yo no sabía inglés. I didn't know English. I was born in the U.S., but I was almost born in the U.S., but I was born in Mexicali. And in my family, we spoke mostly Spanish. Good thing. If not, I would have lost my Spanish. We didn't have no bilingual education. No había educación bilingüe. Yet these students had the International Center. All of a sudden, you guys get rid of it just because somebody came up with a great idea, created a new International Center. No, you guys keep starting from scratch when you guys already have proven teachers that have been working hard with new arrival students. It's not that easy to work with new arrival students that have no education or that might have some education. You need to also have the love and the dedication to really teach with passion. So, You guys gotta continue doing the rigorous curriculum, but you also give them the support. Taking away the ELSTs and changing the name, and changing from 48 to 38 is not correct. In the past, you guys had a lot more. Now you got rid of them, and little by little, it's gonna only be 38. But all those quality teachers, you're losing them, and then you have to train new ones in the future.
Thanks, Valentina. Thank you.
And then who loses out? Our kids and our teachers and our schools.
Okay, we'll move on to board questions or comments. Dr. Whitehurst-Payne.
My issue is primarily around what you said about the 2 elementary schools. They're all almost in District E. And the middle schools are both in E, and I think Hoover is in Rich's area. So are you kind of using them, are you using them as prototypes, as models, samples? I mean, why did you choose all the schools in E and working with them? I like the idea of pairing because it gives you some comparative data, but
to that. Because we do have more, and I didn't mention San Diego High School and Lincoln also have international centers. The collaboration work that happened was because of, it was my area. I mean, honestly, so it was my area, and I wanted to bring the people together to problem solve and collaborate. And we've actually discussed, inviting the Lincoln staff, inviting the San Diego High staff, so that we all continue to problem solve, because really the teachers have really great ideas about what's working, what's not working. We want to make sure that we hear their voice, and we take those into the, but from a larger perspective, to address your question, I think that our executive director can address.
So it's exactly what Dr. Pegula said. So basically, that's her area. So she started this work with her area, and then now has extended that invitation to San Diego High and Lincoln High. And so we're hoping, we did have one meeting with the area superintendents from those areas, and they were all 3 present, and so we're hoping that moving forward, they're going to be involved in this work as well.
Thank you for reminding me of that. I didn't want to do it outside of the area superintendents, so we definitely spoke to them first about joining us.
Yes.
One other thing. I would really like to commend the students who came and spoke to us, because I know it's a difficult task to speak before a board like this. And I'd also like to say that I really appreciated those students who just came here, basically, and who are really trying to speak the language. Personally, I took Spanish in high school and knew very little until we went to Mexico City. And I thought they spoke English like in Tijuana. And I pulled out some of that Spanish, but that's when you realize, yes, I really need to use it. So I commend the students for trying. Thank you.
Trustee Beiser, Dr. Evans.
I just want to thank you very much for your presentation. It was very clear and very well done, and I think the reclassification rates are really great. I guess one thing I wanted to ask you about the international centers, when students enroll in the district, obviously not every school has an international center, so are they directed to, if possible, to those schools that have an international center, or are they just on their own at the school they go to?
No, so we only have international centers at the 8 schools that were mentioned. So the 2 elementaries, the 2 middle schools, and then the high schools, it's Lincoln, San Diego High, Hoover, and Crawford. So students then, schools do have new arrivals at all of our high schools, but they service them in other ways. So they have many different ways that they can service their students, but not every high school has an international center. And many of them wouldn't be able to attend because of the boundaries.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and then in terms of the testing and the new tests, and I know you said we can't really compare the apples to oranges, the new tests are being done. Just the important thing about the tests is, are they measuring what we want them to measure? I mean, I know that the state and everybody can require certain kinds of tests, but do you see the new tests? For example, when we went from the previous general test to the Common Core, from the CSTs to the Common Core, we felt we couldn't really compare the scores, but we felt the emphasis on critical thinking was very valuable, and so we created a new baseline How do you feel about the new tests?
It's going to be very similar. Like I said, the ELD standards are aligned to the Common Core standards, so they're being asked to do many of the things that they would be asked to do on an SBAC. From what we saw, because like Teresa mentioned, we have personally been field testing. So we personally have been giving the test to elementary students in high schools, and then we're going to continue on to the middle school. But it looks like it's very much aligned to the SBAC and to Common Core. So students are being asked to, make a claim, cite evidence of their claim. They're being asked to read. They're being asked to engage in nonfiction texts. So it's very similar, very aligned to the Common Core.
Okay, that's great. And then just finally, just a comment. I mean, I think that one thing that's really important that you're doing is really raising the expectations. And I know we can't have a cookie cutter, every student is going to learn in X amount of time. But I do believe, I've certainly heard people come up and testify and talk about the years and years and years that it takes to learn a language, which as a former language teacher, foreign language teacher, I really don't buy. I think that we have to have high expectation of students can learn much more. That I'm not saying that they don't need a lot of support when they're first arriving and so forth, but I just think that you're, just like in all the other areas of the curriculum we're looking at, that we're looking at higher expectations and better results with providing the right kind of support.
And that is really the goal of the International Center, to offer that differentiation. So that is why we offered, we opened up the mathematics to more students. While we understand that some of them do need SCI foundational skills, we understand that that's why that class was created. As a matter of fact, that class was created based on the input that the former NAC teachers gave to us when we were looking at restructuring the international centers. We wanted schools to make the determination as to whether they wanted to offer both the SCIF math or the integrated math, or likewise in the middle school they wanted to offer SCIF math or Common Core math. And so as you can see based on the data, and they did ask about Crawford, and you can see that Crawford is actually doing really well. So that was exactly what we need to differentiate. Not every student that comes to our country that's a new arrival needs foundational skills, which is what they were being offered in the past. And so that's really one of the goals.
Right, coming with very different circumstances, from a lot of education to very little and so forth. But, okay, thank you.
Just one other quick question. Since you have students not at these sites, have you ever compared data?
Yes.
Okay.
We have.
Yes. I wanted to offer to the comment that you made. So Dr. Gandara today shared something very interesting. She said she's often asked the same question, which is how many years should they be at these centers? And she said, first of all, there's very little research about these centers in general. Secondly, there is no formula. And thirdly, it's as soon as possible you need to get them out to be able to socialize with other students and be able to then also capture what they cognitively are able to do as far as grade level and rigorous instruction. So she also connected us to a UCSD professor who is currently doing research on these centers, specifically out in Vista. And so she said, you're doing some innovative things. You should really talk to this professor to see what kind of, again, another lens to triangulate us, right? To take a look at what are we doing, how can we measure, how can we impact, and what can we learn from other centers across California.
And
really, go ahead.
And I just wanted to add that our students, actually, I want to make a clarification because I'm not really sure that I was understanding what the students were referring to in terms of being in school for 1 year. I just want to clarify that the former model was 1 year, and that this current model, in other words, the extra, like the over extra support, because they will still get support as they're leaving the international centers, and that's up to the school and how they're going to provide the supports. But the 1 year, I'm assuming that they were referring to the 1 year in the international center. That hasn't changed. The former model was a 1 year model. This is still a 1 year model in terms of accelerating the language as much as possible. Keeping in mind that you're differentiating the mathematics, and then as a team, so the expectation is that the school team the ELD team, and that can include the ELST, it obviously includes the principal, it includes the teachers. They make determinations, not OLA. I know that someone said that OLA made determinations. We don't make determinations as to who's going to stay and who's going to go. We expect the teams at the schools to make those determinations. If they ask for our input, then of course we are going to give it to them, but really it's accelerating the language acquisition as much as possible for that year in preparation for them to move on to the rest of the years. And so again, this is up to the school sites how they're going to provide the supports for the rest of their high school career.
Well, besides providing the data, I mean, I really appreciate the fact that you brought in the students. I mean, that makes it much more real for us to see what is being accomplished. And the next thing I was going to ask was, before they came, was, well, what about a teacher of another subject? Because we've said we want all of our teachers across the district to be instructors of English language learners, and by bringing in this math teacher, it just really illustrated very well how that's happening. So thank you.
Kevin, did you have anything? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say thank you for all your work, but most importantly, I want to say thank you to every teacher in all of our schools who are working day in and day out with English language learners in all of their classrooms. We all know what we're talking about. Every single one of our classes has EL students or reclass EL students in them. So thank you to all the teachers and the support staff that do everything they can to help these folks learn and succeed. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to build on that a little bit because as we've heard from you, I think repeatedly in the presentation, what you just said, Fabi, about Dr. Gondaraj's, I think we can get hung up on models. And I think what you're trying to do, and whether it's students in the international centers or English learners across the board, is we're trying to move forward with a set of clear principles, high expectations, building capacity of all teachers to be able to work with English learners at varying levels, and the experiences that students come into the classroom with. It was very exciting tonight to see the man students in the Hoover class, incredibly exciting. It seems that what we want to do, and I know this is a difficult time because we're in some cases shifting from strategies that had been used to some new strategies, and that's always hard. But I think what we don't want to do is dismiss each other as we're going through this process and as we're learning. I mean, the key to what you were describing, Fabi, in this development of the professional learning community is people are constantly asking themselves what's working, what's not working, what needs to be improved. I think the resource library, the RELY program, seems especially an important tool to allow educators to learn from each other. And I would love this example of what we saw tonight with our math teacher from Hoover, for folks throughout the district to be able to reflect about that, learn from that, and share other lessons. So I mean, it's exciting when we are able to not just say that we're setting high expectations, but really carry that out and see the result of students who have high expectations set for them and what they're capable of achieving. Very exciting, and I hope what we can do is try to promote a sense of learning throughout our district, and allowing everybody who cares deeply about the work that we're doing with English learners to be part of that process, to reflect together, to learn together, but to also be inspired by the possibilities that we all saw tonight. So thank you for your work. Okay, we will now move on to item E2, another Vision 2020 Quality Schools report. This is about the positive school environment, climate, and culture with equity at the core. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Barr. We're going to have staff join us up here. Sophia Arredondo, Mick Rabin, and I think Linda Truesdale is joining us as well to give this update on Goal 4. Specifically, it's one of the specific goals in Goal 4, 4.4.1, is our efforts to be continued to provide safe, inclusive environments for all students to thrive, specifically lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning students. And our commitments in our LCAP would be to continuing LGBTQ awareness and advocacy training at school sites and departments, our commitment to produce inclusive curricular products, including lessons and resources to adhere to the Fair Education Act, developing our ongoing methods to survey and report results of inclusive climate in secondary schools, and our fourth commitment in Goal 4.4.1 is to continue to support the GSAs at our secondary schools, those are our gay-straight alliances, as a robust and viable source. So we want to give an update. Although LCAP Goal 4 is a large goal that's about creating positive school climate and culture with equity at the core and supports for the whole child. Large goal around LCAP Goal 4. Specifically, we're focusing in on that subsection around LGBTQIA students, and we have our program manager and resource teacher to give us a brief update in this area. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Martin and Board of Trustees and everyone who has stayed. So you did a wonderful job of kind of introducing what the topics are, so I won't re-emphasize those. But where we wanted to kind of start is I just want to re-emphasize our commitment to uplifting the voices and experiences of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual students, and those perceived to be LGBTQIA, because that tends to also be a serious issue as well. Mick Rabin will kind of introduce the supportive legislation, so I'm just kind of skip through here. And then we have Carmina Duran, who will also be presenting on our online bullying report.
And I apologize, I didn't introduce Carmina as she was walking up. Carmina Duran from our Quality Assurance Office as well. I sorry I didn't say your name on your way up.
All right. So yes, it's good to see you tonight. And so a little update on some of the legislative implementation. A number of years back, there was a law that was implemented in 2011. It's called Seth's Law. And it's about making sure that there's sufficient interventions when bullying is happening at a school site. And so a number of years back also, we implemented Administrative Procedure 6381, and it's a response essentially to the Seth's Law, and it involves implementation of an online bullying form. So we have that in play at every site. So this has been kind of going on for approximately the past year, and the Office of Youth Advocacy, as well as the Office of Quality Assurance, has been fielding those. And also, we have an annual employee notification that's built into the implementation of 6381. So we want to make sure that the legislation that supports our work is acknowledged, and that's a critical piece of the motivation behind making sure our students are safe, included, and affirmed for who they are. We also have the Fair Education Act, and the Fair Education Act it was enacted in 2012 by California as an attempt to make it so that students who are LGBTQIA, as well as students with disabilities, would be able to see themselves accurately reflected in the curriculum. What had existed before was, without that legislation, there's a possibility and the eventuality of students who were not seeing accurate reflections, and in fact, not just inaccurate, but harmful reflections of themselves in the curriculum and in their school environments. So it was a decisive and purposeful move to to have legislation that would support accurate reflection of the students' identities. So,
excuse me, do we have a copy of that slide in our board packet? Where it says SDUSD, History, Social Science. Is that slide in the board packet?
In which packet?
The packet that was provided to all the trustees on Friday before the board meeting to preview.
So the presentation that you were sent was it's not done in slide mode. So as you look into, as you watch the slideshow present itself, then the other images will come up. And so the only image you have is of the flyer for the LGBT 102.
We will make it publicly available. The slides that are coming on the screen as you click, you're staying on slide number 3 right now, and you have about 5 images, I believe, 3 or 4 images that come in on slide 3 that the public didn't have access to because this is a moving
And Mick will
slideshow.
highlight what the images reflect.
But online, when people have access, public has access to it online, and it clicks and you can see it. It's just the printed copy that you can't see
It'd be great to see if we can get all the slides and board packets to the trustees before the board meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so with the Fair Education Act, we're in implementation mode with the Social Studies and History Department. We've cooperated and done some collaboration with that department, and we're also so what we see up there is the website. And the website includes different levels of content that will be addressed by different grade levels according to the Fair Education Act. And so it's broken down into different sections. And if you look at, say, like lower elementary, upper elementary, middle school, high school, there are different particular areas that are focused on. So that's kind of the content piece. But it's important also to recognize that the students see themselves reflected in the curriculum from a historical perspective, but also from within sort of the framework of literature and virtually every other discipline that they can, so that it isn't just sort of like it's not only covered in social studies, but rather in an organic way when it makes sense to do so in a classroom. And I mean, I want to say this especially just with a teaching background. It's often about the teachable moment. So I don't want to wait until the history lesson when there's a crisis that happens. And frankly, I don't want to wait till the crisis. I want to be able to fold the discussion of LGBTQIA into the discussion of social justice and equity and race and disability and a host of other identities, and relate them to things that all students should be talking about, which is things like empathy, kindness, individualism, a person being safe in being who they are, expression, and a variety of other sort of themes. So we've also designed a 102, and the 102, which is a reference to the 101s. The 101s that we do are mandated across the school district, and we've been slowly rolling those out. Those have there are nearly, sure, we'll get into that in a second, but the 101s are kind of like the foundation piece, understanding sort of really basic information around like statistics, the laws, terminology, and what we want to do is not just have the one-off performance. So if we go to a site and do the 101s, we don't want to just go and then never come back. There's follow through. And the 102 is a key part of that, and it's about just organically folding it into existing curriculum, existing pedagogies. And I want to say also that we're in some discussion with a couple of teachers who have been implementing the Fair Education Act into their curriculum. And I want to just give it a shout out to a teacher at SCPA named Michelle Cash, who's a social studies teacher. And she has brought in a couple of different lessons, some of which delve into the history of the LGBTQIA civil rights movement and focus on specific specific events and people, such as like the Stonewall Uprising, the AIDS epidemic, Matthew Shepard, the Defense of Marriage Act, Prop 8, and a host of other ones. And also has done some work with her students around examining the similarities between the civil rights movement for African Americans and the LGBTQIA civil rights movement. So I think that's it for that slide.
As we continue the conversation around supportive legislation for transgender and gender nonconforming students specifically, I'm going to highlight just a few things. And again, I apologize to the board for not including all of the visuals that pertain to this particular slide. So hopefully you can see them on the screen as they come up. First and foremost, the School Success and Opportunity Act, AB 1266. In our trainings, I have to mention, in our 101 trainings, we do a very careful job of making the distinction or drawing the distinction between sexual orientation and gender identity, because too often those two things are conflated. Perhaps because we have a long acronym of identities, LGBTQIA, and so folks just need a little bit of clarity. But we make those distinctions for two reasons. One, because the protection of transgender and gender nonconforming students can sometimes involve mechanisms of support that are different than their LGB counterparts. And two, there is more recent legislation and policy protecting and supporting transgender and gender nonconforming students, legislation that at the federal level has been at risk. Right? And although federal guidelines or the federal guidance for creating, affirming, and safe environments for transgender and gender nonconforming students has been rescinded in the last few weeks, right, at the federal level, here at the state level, we continue to adhere to AB 1266, and more importantly, within the district, we adhere to Administrative Procedure 0114, or what is also known as the non-discrimination of transgender students. And I wanted to read from the district's statement of support for transgender students, in that San Diego Unified refuses to withdraw any commitment to the safety and dignity of our transgender students in accordance with the California Schools Success and Opportunities Act from 2014. This position, again, I have to reiterate, is in accordance with AP 0114. So at the district level and at the state level, we will continue our commitment to the safety and protection and affirmation of transgender and gender nonconforming students. And so I think that's really critical to acknowledge that we live in a state that has undying support for transgender and gender nonconforming students, who we know, even disproportionately compared to their LGB counterparts, experience harassment and bullying, not just within public school systems, but also in the larger society, right? You also don't have this image, but on March 1st, so just recently, Assembly Bill 1732, the Equal Access Restroom Act, went into effect. What does that mean? It requires that all single-stall bathrooms in any business establishment, any place of public accommodation or state or local government agency be identified as all gender, right? So everyone has access to this single-stall restroom. And that also includes our public schools. So our facilities department has done a wonderful job of assessing where those bathrooms exist on campuses and are working diligently on creating signage for those spaces. Why is that important to our trans and gender nonconforming students? Is because particularly our non-binary students, so students who don't identify as either boy or girl or male or female, and for those students who are not ready to access the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity, right, depending on where they are in the coming out process, these gender-neutral bathrooms or these all-gender bathrooms are really important. They're a really important piece. They broaden the scope of access beyond just the nurse's office, right, which shouldn't be the default gender-neutral bathroom, right? So again, emphasizing that these are providing increased number of all-gender single-use bathrooms. It promotes equity and it promotes safety for all students. So that piece is really important, and I want to commend the district on jumping on board immediately, even before the March 1st deadline, on being in compliance with this new law. Lastly, we, for a year now, again, our program has only been around for a year. We are small but mighty. But a final example of of a district level support for transgender and gender nonconforming students is through our student information change request form. It's a really long title for a small form. But what it does, it allows a means for transgender students to have their gender identity affirmed without legally changing their name. And what it does is it provides an opportunity for, in particular, the teacher roster to reflect the preferred or actual name. So we're working with IT, with Power School, in order to hopefully make that transition smooth for students who wish to have their gender identity acknowledged without the change of the legal name. We worked very closely with district representatives and I think more importantly with our community members, with our LGBTQIA advisory committee that was made up of students, parents, and community organizations. This was a comprehensive community effort to create policy that supports transgender and gender nonconforming students. And then lastly, I would say, it's important, so we can create this form, but then how do we get it into the hands of students? And so one way that we have done that is several departments, including counseling and registrars, some folks in enrollment have been trained on the form on how to facilitate the filling out of the form and implementation. But also part of the effort for visibility and information about the form is through the GSAs. And so going to GSA meetings and sharing the form with students so that they can also share the information with students that maybe aren't out, maybe are considering being out, maybe are ready to acknowledge their transgender identity or their gender nonconforming identity, and here's a form that helps them do that at the school level, in the classroom level. For parents and students, change slide. For parents and students who would like to legally change their names, right, this is a completely different process, and we honor this process here in the district as well. But for folks who are ready to do a legal name change, we work in partnership with Project Trans, a program at the LGBT Community Center, and we host free monthly legal name change workshops at the Ballard Center. So you see the flyer here. It has all the dates up until June, and then we will reissue. We'll continue them through the summertime, but we'll reissue again come the new school year. This next slide will be presented by Carmina Duran, the Executive Director of Quality Assurance, on reporting practices around bullying.
Should we maybe have
you want to switch?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with that mic.
I'll switch to this side.
Thank you, Sophia. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Martin. I'll be speaking on reporting practices. As Mick mentioned earlier, we revised the procedure. The bullying and intimidation procedure was revised in August of 2015 to include some changes, and one of the most important one was to include the adult to student piece, which wasn't included in the prior procedure. It also provides training, or requires training for all staff on the bullying and intimidation policy, and it's actually part of the annual notification training that all staff receive. It also tasks the Quality Assurance Office to conduct the investigation when the bullying complaint is against an administrator, or when there is a potential conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. And also, it requires the sites to complete an investigation summary report, which we refer to as Attachment 2. And that report is to be forwarded to the Quality Assurance Office for a couple of purposes that I will discuss a little bit later. In the district's commitment to providing all students and staff with a safe and learning environment where everybody is treated with respect, we've expanded the mechanisms to report bullying. In addition to reporting it to a trusted adult at the school site, we've implemented the online bullying reporting mechanism. We have the Quality Assurance Office, where a person can come in and file a complaint in person. They can do it via our email or also by phone. The slide, I think, has a few statistics or data. From July 31st to December 2016, we had a total of 416 online bullying reports. We had 48 phone calls to QAO, 20 emails to QAO, 17 walk-ins, and 17 reports that were filed directly to the site. It also, you can see the number of online bullying reports when the online bullying form was first implemented. We had very few, we had 12. And then when school started, we had 118. October, we had 130. And then November and December, when their school is out for Thanksgiving break or the winter break, the numbers go down. Also, in supporting the accountability investigations, the QAO staff provide support to administrators when an online bullying report is filed. The report goes directly to the school site, and also it goes to various departments, including youth, student services, student services, and QAO. And that allows us to contact the principal when there is an urgent matter, or also connect the administrators and follow up with the parents when there is a serious situation, connecting it with departments that can provide additional support. For example, if the concern is about LGBTQIA, then we connect with Sophia. If it's a threat for student safety, then we connect, like we had one today, and we connected with police services. So in the online bullying report also being referred or directly to the Quality Assurance Office also provides us the opportunity to follow up with the school site when we don't receive the attachment to the school investigation summary report. And initially, when we first started, we had a little bit of pushback because there was not a clear understanding as to why that was needed. I'm happy to announce that we're getting very good numbers. We're getting good responses. Also, that summary investigation report helps us ensure that the bullying incidents are being investigated thoroughly and timely. It also helps us identify school or class climate because we produce reports that are given to you, the board, and Superintendent Martin. And also, it allows us to collect data, or accurate data for reporting purposes, for example, to CDE. That is required. Also, to support the school sites, we developed professional development. We develop a PowerPoint presentation for principals on how to address and investigate the online bullying reports. And also, we have scheduled training for later on this year to prepare for next year. For administrators. For administrators.
What are you doing for race, religion, and all those issues?
Well, that is also reported. We have very few in the last July to December of 2016. We only had 36 race, 21 sex, 11 for LGBTQIA, 7 for religion. So when we do that is that we follow up with the school site, and it may be that it's a student that is being bullied because of their perceived religion or because they're from a Middle Eastern country. So we connect with counseling services, the school counselor on site. We also can contact the parent and provide additional supports within the district, depending on the nature, depending on the concern.
I just want to add two things. Sometimes when the bullying involves LGBTQIA students, it also involves race. Or socioeconomic background or English language learning. So we, as a program, we work diligently to address the intersections of our students' identities. And so if there's relatable cause for the bullying around those identities, then we come at it from all perspectives. So I think that's important to address, because typically one form of bullying is connected to another form of bullying, unfortunately. The second piece that I want to add is you'll see in the slide the image of support makes everything possible. This was, I want to thank the sexual health education program. Before we came on as a formalized program, Rachel Miller worked very hard to inflect LGBTQIA needs and issues of students, before we could come on as a formalized program. And part of that work was also financial. And so when Rachel put together this particular piece, it was also an effort as a visibility piece, right, for students. How do they know they can report if they don't know they can report, right? So part of the effort was, I think because she has priority schools that she works with her program, we extended it. We pulled from our budget, and we had copies of the poster made, and we are trying to ensure that every school site, at least a counselor or the front desk, folks in the front desk area, have this so that students know and so that parents know as well that there is this mechanism for reporting bullying. And so, and we actually had a student come to our LGBTQIA advisory committee who was the one that said, I haven't heard about it, so I need one of these posters. So we need to work harder on giving the information to our students, right? We can create these great tools, but if they're not in the hands of students, then how impactful can they be? And so this is our effort again. And I love the message that support makes everything possible, because it is very difficult, I think, for a student in particular to report victimization, to report bullying of any kind. And so framing it around, if you do this, you will gain support, right, I think is a really powerful message.
80% of your kids are reporting online, which is,
yes, that's right.
In our mostly middle schools, we have the highest number of reports are coming from middle schools.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? The highest number of bullying reports are coming from middle schools? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay.
Middle schools. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got some public speakers we'll call. Oh, two more slides. Sorry.
2 more slides. Okay, we'll whiz through this. School climate. So as the board knows, when we first came on site, we were tasked with creating a survey. We modeled after the GLSEN school climate survey. We had 13,000 students participate at the middle and high school level. We shared out some of those results with our advisory committee. We will be extending those results and information at our next advisory committee meeting, which happens on April 5th. If anybody would like to attend. But what we also did now in year 2 is that we will align with district climate survey, the CHECS survey, or the California Healthy Kids survey. And how that will happen is, as you can see in the PowerPoint, is the gender and sex-based harassment module. Many of those questions, if not all of them, were already included in our current survey from last year. But this will allow for triangulation. I guess that's the word of the evening, right? In that students will take it, so will parents and staff, and so we will get a better sense of the needs of each school site, and we will be able to respond to each school site's needs based on what we can offer them as a program. So I think it's going to be a really helpful tool for us to kind of switch over and also make it easier for school sites to not take so many surveys all at the same time.
Yeah, it sounds like you can take, the kinds of information we need
Yes.
out of the GLSEN survey and incorporate it in the Healthy Kids
Yes,
survey,
right.
then I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, and the questions were, so you only see one page, but there's about 2 or 3 pages, if not 4, and it was vetted through the LGBTQIA Advisory Committee. So again, those are parents, those are students, those are district folks, and community organizations who have a say. So we're happy to have that happen. Staff trainings, also part of what the work that we have been required to do for this year. We are currently at 97 schools that have been trained, have received our 101 training. That's the awareness and advocacy piece. Awareness of just the basic issues, confronting LGBTQIA students, but also the advocacy piece. So how do you, if you're not already an ally to this particular group of students, how do you become one, right? And part of that piece is the 2 visibility pieces that you see above you right here. The Out for Safe Schools badge that many folks are wearing. We have over 9,000 staff members that are wearing the badge currently. They receive the badge after they receive the training, so they take it with informed consent, right? They understand why they're wearing it, and on the back there are resources that folks can access. What we emphasize is that we want to be your first point of contact for any resource, because we want to know what our students are confronting. We want to know what our families are confronting, and we want to be there to support them. We've got 40 schools that are scheduled for trainings, and we should be at 60% completion of all schools trained by the end of the year. So again, small and mighty, and we move forward. The last point, really quickly, just for the visibility piece, is this school welcomes you. Mick took his graphic skills, and he meshed the image of the badge with an image from tolerance.org, and it's probably hard for folks to see, but who this school welcomes, again, coming from an intersectional lens, ethnicities, all ethnicities, nationalities, races, LGBTQIA, English language learners, all family structures, even body types, socioeconomic, like we tried to list all of the identities that our students represent in this particular piece, and this seems to be the most popular piece of visibility that has gained traction, and you will see it in schools. Some of the schools have even framed it, and some of them have blown it up life size or larger than life size and put it outside of their schools. I want to give a shout out to Marshall Middle as well, who's done the same. This is kind of our last piece, and if Mick, you could maybe quickly, if we could have 30 seconds, because the student empowerment piece is so critical to our work as we center the voices of students.
Sophia said quickly. Okay, so the GSA Collaborative is an opportunity for student leadership from the GSAs throughout San Diego Unified to come together. And it really is an opportunity for them to kind of center their voices around some common projects. So we tend to be a project-driven group. Typically, we've been meeting here, right here, once a month, but we've also taken the idea out to various sites. We'd like to kind of move it around in revolving locations so that students from different areas have a chance to sample it and see what it is we offer. Some of the things that we've done with GSA Collaborative include the exhibition that was the LGBTQIA History Month exhibition right upstairs back in October, and we also did a project which was a video production that is going to be eventually shared with some of the educators that we're doing the trainings for. And I also want to make sure that the Kearney video class that helped us produce that gets a shout out, because there are some extraordinary people that helped put that together. So I want to say that, but also we are in the progress of working on a Safe School Summit, which is coming up in May. May 13th is our date. We're sort of locking down some places and some other details, but the Safe School Summit will offer students a chance to coordinate a summit of sorts where they can come together and participate in a workshop format, breakout kinds of workshops around a variety of different topics.
I'm going to go off here really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for time's sake, one of the things I want to emphasize here that you see at the top is that now currently 18 middle schools and all high schools have active GSAs. And I want to emphasize the middle school, and Mick has worked really hard to create those, to help support the creation of those GSAs, which are so critical. But I say that because the bullying that you just heard about, the reporting, is coming specifically from the middle schools. So if we can continue to build capacity for GSAs, we know that research tells us that when there is the presence of a GSA on campus, that victimization around sexual harassment and gender identity decreased by almost half of that percentage of whatever that exists. And so that piece is so important, and I'd like to just kind of end it there.
Okay, Francine Maxwell, Shane Parmalee, and citizen number 2. You have 3 minutes apiece.
While the presentation was good, there still lies many questions sitting on the floor. My middle school principal is going to lose her VP, so the 4 children that should be suspended for bullying are going to remain on campus because she can't suspend them to stay home. At Zamorano's losing a VP, the VP that used to guard the back door that made the kids feel, back gate when the kids feel safe, they're no longer going to have that VP to walk by to come on campus to feel safe. So I'd like this board to consider having a town hall meeting to help us rewrite the definition and the initiative on what safety means. Parents and communities have real concerns, and they're trying to not only grow their clusters, but sustain their clusters. And the first thing when you ask a parent, why are you taking your child out of this school, they said they don't feel safe. We lost 7 children from Morse High School because the parents said they don't feel safe. Yes, the charter schools are doing a fantastic marketing job on rounding up our students based on old API numbers. They're not looking at our new interventions. And as the clusters in District E are trying to rewrite their narrative, any type of positive town hall meetings would help us be able to help people know that you don't have to leave. If there's something that you don't see here with us, we can help you create it. We can help you turn this thing around so that you can keep your family members here and not disperse them throughout the city. So I'm just a little bit concerned. I love the concentration on LGBTQIA. I have a problem when we want to sit on the diocese and say that we have high expectations and high standards because you've allowed this superintendent to exclude meeting with black people. She decided that she didn't want to meet with AAAE because she wasn't going to get attacked. She's decided to do away with Race and Human Relations. Race and Human Relations opened this office. They've been doing it for over 20 years, since the Carlin case. So you want to reinvent the wheel. I get it. New directions, new interventions, new. But remember, the tire is still the tire, and the road is still the road. Richard Barrera, I want to publicly thank you for coming to a meeting that the Black Men United invited you to, and he shared his insight, he shared his experience, he let everybody know that this diocese, we stand united. So there's one voice. There's not a whole bunch of individuals up here because you don't ask any questions that go to one subgroup or not. Like I said in the past, you've allowed this superintendent to dismantle any diversity on her leadership team. So the one that she got, it ain't cutting it. Don't look and think that we're going to celebrate that the African-American man that flies back and forth to D.C. on legislative affairs because I'm paying him $177,000 and an apartment in D.C. So don't think that we're going to get excited for that black man. Love the fact that he has a job, but don't get it twisted. Diversity is not here at the district.
Shane Parmalee, Bell Middle School. Yeah, your LCAP it's not serving our kids. Morse cluster, and Hoover and Crawford and several other clusters are the ones generating the additional money in the LCFF. The categorical strings got cut, and it's been a big money grab ever since in this district. And to speak to the VPs and the counseling positions that are getting cut. We're getting staffed at the equal, not equity, equal ratio to any other school in the district, regardless of who's generating what additional funds in order to provide the supports. I was on the SSC a couple years ago, and we made it a priority to hire a full-time guidance counselor, because we know that at our school, the heart of our school is our counseling center. And so we used our SSC money and spent it on that. And we had 2 counselors this year. And our school is night and day from when I got there. We have 2 VPs, we have 2 counselors, and a guidance clerk. So when one counselor is sick and another counselor's at a training, we still have a person who can work with kids, and she runs that place. She is awesome. We're supposed to lose a VP and half a counselor. We know we're going to pay for that extra half counselor because we have to have 2 counselors on our campus. So you're violating the LCAP by not allocating additional resources to support our kids. And we pretty much only have intersectionality on our campus. I mean, we have a handful of white kids, but when I look at my GSA, and we have a GSA, and these 2 are wonderful, it's only students of color. We have the first day this year, I went out and I just spent my own money, because you have to spend your own money if you're going to have a GSA. And I bought the rainbow flags, and I bought the mini rainbow flags, and I was gaying it up as much as possible on the first day because I wanted to make it a safe space as quickly as possible on campus. And I had all these teachers come and get them and ask me if I would order them the big flags too. So we have tons of rainbow flags all over our school. And the dialogue on our campus has changed so dramatically. But if I weren't there doing that and we don't have counseling, it's insane. We had a teacher at the school, the first week of school, comes to me like I'm some expert, and I'm not, because I'm not a counselor. Comes to me and says, I don't know exactly the gender of this kid, because it says one thing, but it seems to be another, and the kids don't know, and we're not sure what's going on, and they just got here from a different country, and they don't speak a lot of English. Let's go to counseling. Let's go talk to the people who are trained to handle all of this stuff. We got the name changed, gender changed, everybody's on the same page, everybody's safe, everybody's great. But we need the adults who are not teaching out there to support our kids. So when there is a bullying or somebody's saying something, and you're right, a lot of kids don't want to advocate for themselves, but their friends will, especially if they know there are multiple adults on campus and stuff will get handled. And it does, because we have counseling MVPs who can do mediations. You want to do restorative justice? Guess what? Can't happen if we're all teaching. We need adults who are trained and qualified and certified to be doing this to provide the supports to our students. So please, you got to bring back the VPs and the counselors, because otherwise you're violating the LCAP. You can say all this great stuff, but you're not actually doing it.
Thank you. Hello, I'm back. By the way, I'm citizen number 2 after citizen number 1 left already. My name is Valentina Hernandez, and definitely we need schools that provide a safe environment for students of all races, all nationalities, all genders. But not only the students, also the parents. Parents need to feel welcome. We need to bring back the family-friendly schools, training that you guys used to have, and the flags. Because schools that had been trained in the past got new principals that are not doing it. And then you guys also get rid of a principal that was doing it at Hoover. We lost our principal at Hoover out of the blue a couple of months before school ends. How is that going to help graduation, and how is that going to help the parents, and how is that going to help anybody? And of course, you have your personnel and personal reasons why you do things, but parents are not happy. Teachers are not happy. Society's not happy. The community's not happy with what you guys have been doing lately. Also, you're going to be getting rid of lots of vice principals. Monroe Clark is also going to be losing their vice principal after the SSC had already voted to get the VP there, pay for the VP with part of the LCFF money. And also, we got rid of a counselor so that we could keep our VP, but now the district is dictating that we cannot have the VP paid with those funds. So then pay with it with your own funds. And yes, of course, we have a $124.4 million deficit, and you got to cut somewhere, but you've also been spending and overspending on things that you shouldn't have done, like the new center remodeling, and then the other center over there, the Quality Assurance Office. The Quality Assurance Office, you say you want people to report things that are going on wrong, and then you investigate and investigate for months, and nothing happens. I'm not happy with you guys. You guys are not doing a good job. Yet you want us to tell students, report it. Report the online bullying. Kids are not going to report it. They keep it inside, and later they commit suicide. Is that what you want? Right now you're stressing all the teachers that are getting pink slips. They're at risk of losing their homes. They're at risk of losing their cars, their livelihood. They are stressed out to the max. ELSTs, we had 48. In the past, we had 60-something or more. Now, you're getting rid of that department completely, or that job description. You're changing it to something else. Yet you know that English learners need to be served. And not only English learners, but all students. Just like this person here that I drew today, Malala, she states what? Free quality education for all students. All students. In other countries, they're fighting for their life to get a free education. Here we have it, and yet our students can't get it. Please, do the right thing. And start thinking, board, and don't just all vote as a block. Stop and think.
Okay, thank you,
how you vote.
Valentina. Okay, board member questions or comments on our excellent presentation? Kevin, do you want to start?
I just want to say thank you to Mick Rabin and Sofia Arredondo. Fantastic work. I can't believe how many schools have received informational trainings, and thousands and thousands of staff members have the Safe badges. Really thrilled with your presentation focusing on the laws, because we need to comply with those laws. The laws regarding bullying, the laws regarding the Fair Education Act and teaching of LGBT history and curriculum. And Mick, you also made a very good point that it doesn't always have to be, in a cookie cutter lesson on one day only, and okay, we're done with that day, we check the box, we move on. That it's ongoing curriculum for any subject matter. And that was phenomenal. I also really want to appreciate the folks in the Quality Assurance Office. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your work with the bullying reporting. I think the thing that's really important about that work that I really appreciate is that the principal agent in charge of addressing that concern is the site itself. Because that's really where we have to have accountability and awareness of opportunities, and to see what can be done depending upon the issue, obviously, but we all know that hopefully is a teachable moment to help people to improve and learn as people. I really think that it's one of the other important things about the reporting the bullying posters and the bullying online and the phone numbers and all this is really important. There's a perception that, oh, wow, we have all these people reporting bullying. Well, I don't necessarily think that translates into a negative thing. I think that actually translates into a very good positive. Because we have over 500 bullying reports, we're able to address those issues at the sites and to try to find solutions to them. I think that's really, really important. And I can't say enough about how much I appreciate the work you're doing. 1 year out, not even 1 year, but really great work. Thank you. Keep up the good work. And I just want to also commend Superintendent Cindy Martin for this LCAP presentation. This does have a very strong impact on how safe our schools are for our children, because we all know children learn best in a safe learning environment. When they feel comfortable, when they feel supported, they're going to be able to focus more on their educational opportunities. So thank you very much, Cindy.
Thank you to the whole team.
I do just want to thank you for this report, but also for the work you've been doing. I know as a board, we often pass resolutions about particular issues and state our opinions and feel good about it, but it's really much better to see it being operationalized and really being implemented, both in terms of the bullying reporting, but also the preventative kind of things you're doing to prevent the bullying incidents happening in the first place. So thanks a lot.
My comment goes to the actual data collection. You hear comments about this one's not happy or this is going on in the schools, but we're building an infrastructure to actually capture those data so that we will know. And someone talked about it earlier, about actually getting the information out to students regardless to what their issues are. So that if there are Latinos or African Americans or even the students who came about their religion, we're collecting those data. And we're creating a safe environment for folks to report so that we will know. And this has been a year of data collection, so we'll see how it goes as it moves forward. But that's critical because you keep getting the complaints, but if you don't know about them and we don't have a system in place to even capture them, and at least that's been established now. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank Mick and Sophia, both of you, for stepping up and taking on this work. I mean, you're doing it with such thoughtfulness and integrity and, obvious commitment. Like John said, I mean, we can, sort of create certainly resolutions and even create structures and positions, but it takes, it takes you, to step into that work and bring it to life, and you're clearly doing so. And so it's, we're fortunate, in our district to have you doing this work. And I also want to thank Vice President Beiser and Superintendent Martin for elevating and creating a sense of urgency to push this work forward. So we know in the case of the work that you're doing in the office, we're 1 year in, and it's exciting to see where we're at. It's exciting to see GSAs at all the middle schools. It's exciting to see 60% of the schools having started the trainings. It's exciting to see the 102 and the integration into the day-to-day teaching. So it's incredibly important work that you're doing with skill and thoughtfulness and commitment, and we're grateful to have you doing this work. Thank you. Okay, we will move to item E3, our Magnet School Assistance Program grant application.
I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
Yeah, and can we just maybe tell us the 3 schools that we're
Sure. This is to approve the 2017-2022. Maria's here in case you have questions, but I'll let you know it's for it's the additional Magnet School Assistant grants for Knox Middle School, Nye Elementary School, and Ross Elementary School to develop the STEAM approach at those schools as well. And Maria and her team has done an incredible amount of work, and we're expanding this to these 3 schools to move forward.
And it continues the focus of bringing the magnet program to our neighborhood schools into a cluster pathway, and this is in the Lincoln cluster. So
the same theory of action that we put in place in the last one that we just put in place at Montgomery in that cluster, now doing this here in this cluster for Knox, Nye, and Ross schools.
Thanks. Any other board comments or questions? If not, please vote. Great. Can we have
the staff, the board consent agenda?
Okay, please vote. All right. Item G1, we have a proclamation. So
I'll move item G1.
Okay. And do we have a second? And Superintendent, do you want to just briefly explain who we're honoring here?
Sure. This is a proclamation recognizing May 20th through the 23rd as Sri Chimnoy Oneness Home Peace Run. So nice to see our partners here today, and we see the actual torch. The founder has his peaceful, loving spirit was preserved and perpetuated in this global torch relay. I had the experience of having the torch come to Central when I was a principal there, and to see this expand across the entire, well, actually it's international, but to see it expand here in our district is pretty exciting. In 1987, the Peace Run was celebrating 30 years of passing the torch from hand to hand through more than 150 nations around the globe as a way to promote international friendship and understanding. More than 5 million people have participated in the run in cities and towns throughout North and South America, Asia, Africa, Australia, Europe, and New Zealand. And this year, we'll visit 12 San Diego Unified schools to encourage students students to experience the values and cultures of others. This is work that you've been doing for a long time, and it's more important now than ever as students write essays about what peace means to them, and that peace begins within, and what we know inside, and how our view of the world and our actions towards the world begins with peaceful actions within. And students are writing essays about what peace means to them and then sharing that across your school, and you're helping to spread this to 12 of our schools coming up in the next couple of weeks. So we're happy to have you here tonight.
Great, thank you. And we have Salil Wilson say a few words to us.
First of all, we'd like to pass you the torch. This has been held by Pope Francis, Nelson Mandela, Mother Teresa, and many more.
Wow.
So make a wish for peace. We'll be bringing this torch to 12 schools. And the simple message of the run...
Thank you.
The simple message of the run is that peace starts in the heart of each one of us, and that there's far more that unites us as one human family than divides us. And we've seen tonight, who knew that a board meeting was so fascinating? And
we knew.
You know, we hope to support that message that there is far more that unites us than divides us. And even the people who you might characterize as complainants, the passion that we've seen across the entire district is remarkable. And the problem would be if you didn't have a problem. You know, that would then you wouldn't have the interest. Like these people, they're so into this, and so that's a great thing. You're doing a wonderful job, and you know, we'd like to sing you a song. It's been a long meeting, so we'll sing you a song. It was composed by the founder of the Run, Sri Chinmay. We'll be performing it at all the schools, and we have our choir here. So you'd like to gather around the microphone.
There's 2 microphones.
Okay. Ready? Yeah. Run, 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 run. World harmony, run. Run, 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 run. World harmony, run. We are the oneness and fullness of tomorrow's sun. We are the oneness and fullness of tomorrow's sun.
Oh, thank you very much.
And although you'll be at 12 schools coming up in the next couple of weeks, starting actually March 20th through the 23rd, the grand finale will be at Hoover High School at 4 p.m. So after you go to all of the schools and help to spread peace and the message that peace comes from within, and it's our daily actions and words that help to create the kind of world that we want to see. And we thank you for bringing that here.
Thank you very, very much.
Present you with this proclamation. Ready to go.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please.
I am accurate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, please vote.
Okay. Passes unanimously.
I'll move item G3 and G4.
Okay.
Second.
So motion with second for G3 and G4.
I'll move items.
Please vote.
Oh, vote first.
Wait. Oh, we've got a speaker on item G3, Lance Wren.
Okay.
Good evening. Good evening. Lance Wren, President of Operations Support Services, Chapter 724 CSEA. Thank you in advance for approving our wage increase. Now is the time to direct your negotiations team to agree to our proposal for the CERP. Our members deserve to be treated with equity. Other bargaining units have agreed to give up positions as their members retire. Our latest proposal agrees to do the same. Your proposal had gone further by asking us to agree to remove language that protects our bus drivers' way of life. That is unfair. Information regarding the CERT cost breakdown that was provided to other bargaining units was withheld from our team until we asked for it. That also was unfair. The cost scenario we were provided stated on the back page that the analysis is entirely driven by the assumptions set forth by the district. If the assumptions are changed or modified by the district, the results shall vary from what is set forth in this analysis. When that disclaimer was questioned during negotiations, the district changed the subject as fast as they could. Why? Because the idea that our CERT cost the district is based entirely on assumptions by the district. After 10 years as a union leader, I rarely believe numbers provided by the district because it is usually fuzzy math, or a new term going around lately, alternative facts. Our bargaining unit has provided a proposal that says when our members who retire in transportation using the CERT, they will not be replaced, saving the district millions of dollars every year of the CERT. It is a very fair offer. We request that our members be treated with equity and be allowed to retire with the CERT. We request that you direct your negotiations team to accept our latest proposal. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on items G3 and G4. Any questions or comments? If not, please vote. Okay, do we have a motion on item G5?
I'll move G5 through 9.
Okay. We have Citizen 2. You have 3 minutes.
Is this regarding the early retirement program? Okay, listen to that guy and include them and make sure that you treat them equally, the bus drivers. It's not fair that Hoover's losing their bus driver and their bus and it's not being replaced. How are those students going to get to school on time? You're going to lose ADA money. They're going to be absent. They have to walk far. Also, the early retirement. I hear that you're going to be giving 1 year's salary divided up into 4 years or something like that, and yet they don't have money. How are they going to do that? Pull it out of a hat? Must be magic. I don't know. We are definitely doing really bad as far as money in this district, especially because of your mismanagement of funds and all the alternative facts. So really consider seriously what you guys are doing and how it's going to affect all your hardworking, dedicated, skilled employees. They're starting to get sick and tired of this. They're starting to want to go somewhere else. I myself had to go somewhere else, Lemon Grove, where people are finally treating me with respect and valuing my education. It's sad. It's sad that teachers that have been trained in your district for many years and have worked with passion and with their heart for the benefit of their children, the students, and the parents and the staff, that they have to leave somewhere else because you're not valuing them enough and because of the poor management and the lack of funds. Bring back the ELSTs, all the ones we had several years ago. Our students deserve it. We have many English learners that need to continue reclassifying, that need to continue getting the support. There's going to be a new test. It's not going to be easy. Those kids are not going to be able to pass it as easily as before, so that they could also get reclassified and take the A through G classes that they need to graduate on time. And stop getting rid of kids that are 18 years old just because they do not have the classes that they need or because they turn 18. Think about what you guys do. And really, each one of you has your own brain. Don't just vote as a block. Please think before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board member questions or comments? If not, please vote. Okay, can we get a motion on item G10?
So moved.
appointment and reappointment to members of our Independent Citizens Oversight Committee on our bond program. We've got a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay, item G11. How do we do this
Excuse me,
again?
Trustee, President Barrera, just on the item that you just voted on, I wanted to just be, as you voted for who would be serving on our new independent, I wanted to say thank you to recognize the members who recently completed their service on the committee, Andy Berg, Michelle Magallanes, and Jerry Buckowitz, serving their term as we appointed tonight with your action, Karen Prescott, John Sousa, and Bernadette Buckowitz.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we have a slate that we're proposing on item G11, the delegate assembly to the California School Boards Association.
I'd like to move item G11, and in so doing, I'd like to suggest that we vote for the incumbents, the four incumbents, Hergeshmeyer, Otero, Perfect, and Ryan, as well as Vargas and Bunker, as recommended by Dr. Michael McQuarrie. And in addition, I'd like to add to that slate to make it a complete 7, Stephen Cochran from Del Mar Union High School, School District.
Okay, I will second that.
Okay.
And I also have the information from Dr. Mike.
Any further questions or comments? If not, please vote. All right, item H1. This is our second interim financial report.
Thank you, President Barrera. Our interim CFO, Tish Cook, is going to join us up here for the presentation of our second interim, which is required to present an update. AB 1200 requires the LEA files an interim report on an annual basis as of October 31st and January 31st. LEAs must collect the financial data for these reporting periods, and Ms. Cook will give us an update on where we are for our second interim report this evening.
Thank you, members of the board. Superintendent Martin. This can be a fairly brief report because you've taken many steps to get here, and I think you're fully aware of what has been involved in and why we are where we are. But the board action requested this evening is to approve the second interim report and declare a qualified certification. It may seem like we ought to be able to get out of qualified, but we do still have that second year looming. So the qualified certification says that the district may not be able to meet its financial obligations due to the shortfall that still looms in 18-19 of $52.5 million, which assumes that all of the solutions for 17-18 are ongoing. But you do deserve to take credit for the fact that you have addressed the shortfall for 17-18. So the second interim report is based on activity in the district through January 31st, as well as projections through to the end of the year. We also take into consideration the governor's proposed budget for 17-18 and the latest guidance from San Diego County Office of Education. The updated current year becomes the base for the multi-year projection. As you well know, there will be an update when the governor releases his revised budget in May, and the budget has to be a balance for adoption in June. I do want to say that there isn't very much difference in the numbers from the first interim report, with the exception of the reduction of $124.4 million for next year. I also wanted to back up for just a minute and recount the history of the deficit for this year, because there were some comments earlier that perhaps the board wasn't aware that there was a deficit at the start of the year. When you adopted your budget in June for 16-17, there was an $85 million deficit. At the first interim, we looked at it and called it 117 million, and by the time of the governor's update, we were up to 124.4 million. So the problem did deteriorate over the course of the year, but the board was well aware at the June budget adoption that there was a deficit to be solved in 17-18. Just quickly talk about general fund revenues, because this is a recap. As you know from the update of the governor's budget, the gap funding for 17-18 is only at 24%. And in fact, as we recalculate the target and the gap today, because of declines in ADA and decline in our eligible student percentage, we're actually going to get slightly less revenue in 2017-18 from LCFF than we are getting in 2016-17. So you'll see in the middle column there, LCFF year-over-year change, a minus $1.5 million. This is not the direction we thought we'd be going. The next chart highlights the 17-18 projection, that the target at full implementation would be just over $1 billion. The allocation will be $964 million. The remaining gap, if it were fully funded today, $35.5 million. This is an update on our expenditures, and of course the key line here is that the board approved solutions of $124.4 million, but there remains a deficit to be solved for 18-19. Their only other significant change here is that special education's contribution looks like it's gone down, actually due to the good work of the department. A lot of positions have been filled this year that had been vacant. That was not so great on the financial side, but certainly good for service to children. And that's kind of reversed the assumption we had made that the contribution would go down, although this is a bit lower than we were projecting because we transferred from some expenditures from restricted to unrestricted. So it's a little bit of an artificial number. We've been showing you the employer pension increased rates at every opportunity because it is so significant to the fiscal health of this district and other school districts. If you look at the comment at the bottom we've added to this chart, the total cost of STRS and PERS in the current year for all funds is $116 million, and that's projected to increase approximately $16 million a year. So this is way faster than the rate of inflation or COLAs in our funding. And as you can see, the current projection for PERS is almost 25% by 2021 and a little over 19% for CalSTRS. On the next chart, we just need to, this is a comparison between first interim and second interim, and you'll see very little change. You'll see the difference on expenditures and transfers out and revenues and transfers in, wrong lines. Expenditures and transfers out and other sources and uses, that's the switch on the general fund contribution to special ed. We moved some expenses out of restricted into unrestricted. It really washes out. There are some slight increases in revenue, but you may recall we anticipated some increases in revenue to get a bigger deficit down to 124.4. By and large, they came in as projected. Unfortunately, on the expenditure side, things didn't improve quite as much as we had hoped. But overall, the change from first interim to second interim is negligible. The projected cash flow, positive. We have the train on this is 16-17. As you know, we have to borrow money to meet our cash flow needs during the course of the year. And we have done that, and we'll be doing that again next year. And then a quick review for you, although it's a time-consuming review for staff, that all of the funds, including the general fund, are currently projected to be in the black through the end of the fiscal year. I might just call your attention to the Capital Facilities Fund transfer out of $16 million. This is part of our effort to use other funds to support programs in the general fund that we might otherwise have had to reduce. This is redevelopment agency funds that can be used for a variety of services to schools in the redevelopment project areas. So this is one of those areas in which we're moving money from one fund to another in order to support the educational program. Finally, we get to our timeline. We are at the bottom of this page, March 14th, with the action on the second interim report. The upcoming dates, of course, we continue to deal with the layoffs generated by the budget reductions. LCAP planning team meetings. The board will be looking at a third interim report on May 16th. That's required because of the qualified certification. Governor's revise will come to the board on May 30th with the first reading of the budget and the LCAP on June 13th and action on June 27th. And that's at the point at which staff will have implemented in the budget or put into the budget all of the reductions that you have approved. we need to call your attention to potentials for change. There are risks requiring continued fiscal restraint. The third interim report will give you an update of how we're doing this year. We wish that we were seeing some of the savings that we'd expected from the hiring and spending freeze, but we've consoled ourselves by saying, well, it was action through January 31st, and the freeze really went in January. So we're hoping that that will drop into the opportunity category. But right at the moment, we aren't seeing quite the level of savings we would have hoped to. The third interim will give you an update on that. The May revise, we all have our fingers crossed that there might be some additional revenue. But there may not be, and the board needs to continue to be aware of the fact that the deficit for 18-19 may need to be addressed with some additional revenue out of the May revise. We are seeing, still struggling with ECE and special ed with the help of their leadership to minimize or reduce encroachment from the general fund, but that's an ongoing effort. And we are still concerned about reductions in federal funds, in particular the title programs. As I already said, May revise may bring good news. Hiring and spending freeze may also bring good news. So finally, we ask that you approve the second interim financial report and the resolution declaring a qualified certification. And just before you take that action, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to have served you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trish.
And thank you for all the work that you've been doing the last few months.
Okay, we've got a couple public speakers, but can we get a motion in a second to approve?
Second.
Okay. Michelle Cutters and Lindsay Birmingham, you have 3 minutes apiece.
Michelle.
Lindsay Birmingham, STEA President. It's unfathomable that after having voted last month to lay off over 1,000 hardworking employees, including dedicated educators and support staff, that the district would be here today once again recommending to declare a qualified certification for the second interim. Thousands of parents, educators, and community members have worked hard to pass Propositions 30 and 55 so that districts like ours would be better funded to provide our students with the education they all deserve. Year after year, you have declared qualified, and year after year, you have met your budget promises, and not once have you actually gone off that cliff. Slide 4 that you were just presented shows the reason why we're in the situation we're in: declining enrollment. The time and resources spent on the hoops you now have to jump through, once qualified, should be spent on developing and supporting programs and initiatives to keep our students in our amazing schools and not driving them away. As we enter into negotiations, we find this decision to be disingenuous and further adds insult to injury, as so many of our educators are being terrorized by the district's decision to lay them off. We urge the district to not declare a qualified certification, stop the mismanagement of finances, focus on the strategies to improve our declining enrollment situation that we're in, and budget with the best interest of our students in mind first. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on our second interim budget. Please vote. Okay. Do we have any?
Thank you for your service and your time with the district. We appreciate all your support.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we have a few non-agenda public testimonies, so we'll allow 2 minutes apiece. Katie Callahan, Oscar Garcia, Susan Taylor, and Craig Valensis. Are any of the speakers here? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you.